Welcome to Braves Country Radio. We are excited to bring you a brand new season, your home for the classic call of radio baseball.
Please verify signal clarity. Please verify signal clarity. Please verify signal clarity. Please verify signal clarity.
Quiet, we're on the air.
Ladies and gentlemen, we interrupt our program of dance music to bring you a special bulletin from the Intercontinental Radio News.
You're in Braves country.
Great job by Bryce, and made some nice plays. The pick and tag by Baldy was phenomenal. Olsen continues to do special things, but Bryce did an outstanding job. You know, and Bryce been fighting through some knee stuff, you know, and not enough to make him miss a start, but he's been fighting through it, and you know, so you tip your cap to him because he continues to take the ball, and he's been very durable. And so that's probably the tipping point for me, not sending him out for the 7th. Plus we had Didi and our best relievers set up right there. So I thought Bryce had done his job. But, Bryce been a warrior, man. Like I said, fighting through some stuff and continues to post. No, I mean, he's been pitching with it. So it hasn't, like I said, not going to prevent him from making starts, but he's been dealing with it, yeah. Yeah. No, Bryce, yeah, he's about as level-headed as it gets. He's been through a lot, ups and downs, and you can never tell. You can never tell if he throws a scoreless game or he had a tough one. He's the same guy all the time. There's a lot of value in durability. I always say it should, they talk about the 5 tools. That should be a 6th tool. It's really important, and Bryce has been very durable. He always takes the ball a lot of times on regular rest, and he's been really good for us for a few years now. And again, I think it's been like half his homers or somewhere around there that have either tied the game or put us ahead. He's just a special player doing special things. I mean, off that guy. That guy's almost unhittable for lefties, Garcia. That's a really tough at bat for a left-handed hitter. So even that much more impressive. Yeah, some guys get domed up, on 3-0. They either get outside of themselves or they swing too big, and so.
Good evening, Braves Country Radio friends and family. Let's get into the news heading into the week in this long road trip for your Atlanta Braves. Real quick on the pitching matchups. For this series against Minnesota, it's Perez versus Ober tonight, Molly versus Matthews on Tuesday, and Chris Sale versus Taj Bradley on Wednesday. Thursday is slated for Holmes versus Kay as we head to Chicago. Bryce Elder pitches Friday against the Brewers at a 4:10 Eastern start time. 2:10 Saturday, Martin Perez back at it. And on Sunday, in Williamsport for the Little League World Series site, it'll be Tyler Mahle versus Henderson and the Brewers. We'll have all the Atlanta Braves, pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play here on Braves Country Radio. And with that, we're going to bring you a couple of double headers later in the week. Following Braves and White Sox, the plan is Yankees versus Orioles in a wild card battle in the American League on Thursday. And on Friday, Braves and Brewers will be followed by Cardinals and Phillies in progress. So 9 games here on the BCR. Get your popcorn ready. News and notes going around the league. Matt Olson's 3-run home run on a 3-0 count was the 7th 3-0 home run of his career, tying him with the 3rd most since 2000. Gabriel Arias, the all-star shortstop, was DFA'd by the Mets. The SSAJ was named Minor League Baseball's International League Pitcher of the Week. Great Tommy John was known for the surgery being named after him, but it should be noted he was a standout pitcher in the major leagues for over 26 seasons. Tommy John finished with 288 wins and 231 losses, and a 3.34 lifetime ERA, a WAR of 61.6. And that's your BCR News Report. Make sure to smash that like and subscribe today.
I state your name.
I state your name.
Do hereby pledge allegiance to the
armchair
with liberty for all.
You're in Braves country.
Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention now to the area in front of the pitcher's mound for tonight's ceremonial first pitch.
You can't drink like me, you can't smoke like me. So don't try and be like me. Let's party together.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
What the hell's going on out here? Well, here because his eyelids are jammed and his old man's here.
We need a live rooster to take the curse off Jose's glove, and nobody seems to know what to get Millie for their wedding present. We're dealing with a lot of
Baseball is a beautiful thing. It's more beautiful in an old park. It's asymmetrical and quirky. But even in a dome with artificial turf, it's beautiful. The way the field fans out, the choreography of the sport, the pace and rhythm of it, the fact that that pace and rhythm allows for conversation and reflection and opinion and comparison.
In right field, the crowd is tormenting Strawberries, singing, Darryl, Darryl. Little roller up along first, behind the man. It gets through Buckner. Here comes Knight, and the Mets win.
And there's a fly ball deep to left. It's on its way. There it goes. And the Yankees are going to the World Series. Aaron Boone.
Ground ball stabbed by Polk. He has it. He underhands to first for the first time in 86 years. The Red Sox have won Baseball World Championship. Can you believe it?
It's a pastime, something you do. It's entertainment, something you watch. And it's a shared experience, something you talk about and read about. But you can apply those same three criteria to other things. What makes baseball special is that it's the best game that's ever been devised.
Smith corks one into right down the line. It may go. Go crazy, folks. Go crazy.
Sure as God made green apples, someday the Chicago Cubs are going to be in the World Series.
A little bouncer slowly toward Bryant. He will glove it in front of Rizzo. It's in time. And the Chicago Cubs win the World Series. Cubs win. What a lucky break. The good Lord wants the Cubs to win.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry,
Braves fans are on their feet hoping for some kind of a bleeder or a seeing-eye single. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Fastball hit high and deep down the right field line. It's going back, back, back. Is it fair? Is it zip, boom, bam, it's gone. Ram-a-lam-a ding dong, a 3-run shot, and your Atlanta Braves have taken a 1-run lead. She's gone, baby!
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
people will come.
There come Paris's they can't even fathom. Not knowing for sure why they're doing it. They'll arrive at your door, as innocent as children, longing for the past.
They sit in shirt sleeves on a perfect afternoon. They have reserved seats somewhere along one of the baseline, back when they were children. Cheered their heroes. It'll be as if they'd dipped themselves in magic waters. The memories will be so thick, they'll have to brush them away from their faces. People will come. The one constant through all the years has been baseball. America has rolled by like an army of steamrollers, been erased like a blackboard, rebuilt and erased again. Baseball to mark the time. This field, this game, it's a part of our past. It reminds us of all that once was good, and it could be again. Oh, people will come. People will most definitely come.
We're all told at some point in time we can no longer play the children's game. We just don't know when that's going to be. Some of us are told at 18, some of us are told at 40. But we're all told.
I believe in the Church of Baseball. I've tried all the major religions and most of the minor ones. I know things. For instance, there are 108 beads in a Catholic rosary, and there are 108 stitches in a baseball. I prefer metaphysics to theology. You see, there's no guilt in baseball, and it's never boring. It's a long season, and you gotta trust it. I've tried them all, I really have. And the only church that truly feeds the soul day in, day out is the Church of Baseball.
Which team do you play for?
Well, I'm a...
Well, I was just wondering, because I couldn't figure out why you would throw home when we've got a 2-run lead. You let the tying run get on second, and we lost the lead because of you.
Touch 'em all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
You're in Braves country.
If there's a bigger thing going on right now, I don't know what it is. We're down to one strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to Forrest. And here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the chop all throughout Braves country. Pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all.
Here's a list of the players we'll be inviting to camp.
I never heard of half of these guys. And the ones I do know are way past their prime.
Most of these guys never had a prime.
This guy here is dead.
Cross him off, then.
The local press seems to think we'd save everyone a lot of time and trouble if we just went out and shot ourselves.
We got uniforms and everything.
You know, you might think about taking Jesus Christ as your savior instead of fooling around with all this stuff.
I like him very much. He no help with curveball.
You trying to say Jesus Christ can't hit a curveball?
But I'll tell you, these fans are great. Listen to them. Hey, way to go, Rick. All of Ohio loves you. Come on, baby. Come on, Ricky. Come on, Ricky.
The game doesn't stink. It's a great game.
If you build it, he will come.
You know, one of the best things about being an ex-big leaguer is getting freebies to the game. Call the front office, bingo. And once these fans recognize me, I probably won't even have to pay for my life pyramid. Down it! I love them. Good seats, huh?
You're in the wrong seat, buddy. Come on.
Oh, I must be in the front row.
Come on.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. We direct your attention now to home plate.
Please remain standing. We call your attention to our fans here today. They will be jointly directed. And now, another fixture. Our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight for the ramparts we once were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave?
At this time, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to introduce today's teams as participants in this historic game.
Play ball! Good seats, eh, buddy? He missed the tag! He missed the tag! He missed the tag!
beer? 7 o'clock in the morning. Scotch?
Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Pull up an armchair, girls and boys. Pour you a cold one. It's time for Braves Country Baseball. You're listening live, and the Atlanta Braves are on the road again. We're set for pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play, the classic call, Braves Country Baseball. Hi, I'm Mac McGee. It's time to put it all aside for what should be a great game here on the Diamond. As we take you out to the old ballpark, kick up your feet, let's take a journey back to the golden age of radio baseball. We'll do our best to paint the picture as the game goes along. Roll call is on the way. It's time to join the country club, join in the fun. It's time to chop along. Go ahead and put your game face on. Here are the starting lineups for today's action. Leading off for the Atlanta Braves, behind the plate, it's Drake Baldwin batting first. Batting second, Ronald Acuna Jr., the designated hitter. Batting third, Matt Olson. Batting third, playing first. Michael Harris is second in center field. He's batting cleanup. Dubon, the left fielder, batting fifth. Ozzie Albies batting sixth and at second. Yaz batting seventh and in right. Austin Riley batting eighth at third. Jim Jarvis batting ninth and at short. And on the mound for your Atlanta Braves, it's Martin Perez. He'll be going head-to-head with Bailey Ober. Luke Keyshaw will be leading off for the Twins and in right field, batting second. Byron Buxton in center field. Jeffers is behind the plate, batting third. Bell is the designated hitter. He's batting cleanup. Lewis at first, batting fifth. Batting sixth is Clemens at second. Lee is at third and batting seventh. Culpepper batting eighth and at short. Roden is in left and batting ninth. Calling balls and strikes behind the plate tonight, it's Bruce Streckman. First base umpire, Mark Wegner. Second base will be manned by Carlos Torres. And down the third base line, it's Nate Tomlinson. Our pick to click tonight. Not many have seen Bailey Ober, but you know who has, and is 2 for 2 with a home run? We'll take Matt Olson. We'll take your Atlanta Braves, put some runs on the board, and get to Bailey Ober and continue their slide. They didn't do us any favors against the Phillies. Let's continue their slide. They got swept by Philly. Let's sweep them. We'll take your Atlanta Braves to win this one 8-2.
It is the American game. You see a guy hit the ball out the ballpark, and that same guy can come up tomorrow in that situation and miss the ball and lose the ball game. Can bring you up here, it can bring you down there. One thing about it, though, you know it always will be a tomorrow. You got me today, but I'm coming back.
Think about it. What is there in your life, besides your love of family maybe, that carries all the way through from almost your earliest recollections till the day you die, and you care about it in one way or another? There are very, very few things that make that list, but we have a child's interest in baseball, so it will be one of the few things in my life that I have cared about in one way or another all the way through.
There's a lot of wonderful stillness in baseball that I love. Many seconds of stillness. When the pitcher has got the sign, the batter is crouched, the ball players all lean forward with their hands on their knees, and then very shortly the ball is delivered. But in that tiny period when the pitch and the fever of the crowd is tangible, there's a moment of absolute stillness that I treasure.
the best of us keep as much of that childhood with us as we grow into adulthood as we can muster. And the most creative, the most happy, the most fortunate of us are those who don't lose the sense of play. And even after we're past the point of being able to actually play the game with any skill, if we love it, then it's like Peter Pan. We remain boys forever. We don't die.
Ladies and gentlemen, we interrupt our program of dance music to bring you a special bulletin from the radio news.
Sit quietly and we will control all that you see and hear. There is nothing wrong. You are about to participate in a great adventure. You are about to experience the awe and mystery.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both things and ideas. You've just crossed over into
Adventures in Time and Space.
We offer you Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball.
Hi, folks. Join us now for another Braves ball game. Yes, sir. This is the one we've been waiting for. This is it. This makes you feel like it's spring and baseball, no more measles, and free tickets to the circus.
You're in Braves Country.
This is a reminder. Disorderly conduct will not be tolerated. Please respect your fellow fan and refrain from any unruly behavior. Failure to comply with these guidelines will result in ejection.
It's all mixed up with peanuts, tobacco juice, and a hearty feeling among the fans joshing each other. Always this raucous, good spirit. Everybody came to have a good time. The whole stands full of people all roaring. In baseball, never known an instance where so instantly a whole crowd could be brought to its feet, roaring with delight over just a clean crack of a bat against the ball.
A lot of room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets.
Line drive and a base hit. Just as to score the tying run. Green to the plate. And he is saved.
We're 1 out away, Braves Country, from a trip to the World Series. Whatever superstition you've got, do it. The entire city of Atlanta, the entire South is standing on their feet, trying to will the Braves into the World Series. Here's the 1-0 pitch. And swung on and ripped over to Dansby Swanson. Dansby's got it. He fires over first. Baby, sound the trumpets. Do the job through the streets. Your Atlanta Braves are headed to the World Series. And the place is going bananas.
Although edited, tonight's thriller contains suspense and violence which may be unsuitable. Parental discretion is advised.
You're in Braves Country.
Brooklyn, 1846. In our sundown perambulations of late, through the outer parts of Brooklyn, We have observed several parties of youngsters playing base, a certain game of ball. Let us go forth a while and get better air in our lungs. Let us leave our close rooms. The game of ball is glorious.
It is played everywhere, in parks and playgrounds and prison yards, in back alleys and farmers' fields, by small boys and old men, raw amateurs and millionaire professionals. It is a leisurely game that demands blinding speed. The only game in which the defense has the ball. It follows the season, the fond expectancy of springtime and ending with the hard facts of autumn.
Because we've been playing it fundamentally the same way for so long, the way that we can find the benchmarks that cross generations and cross decades is to be able to use these statistics as if they were labels. They aren't numbers. 300 hitter is not a number. The 300 hitter is a tag that means something today as it did in 1930, as it did in 1890. I can make that comparison with my father, who could have made it with his father, that common language.
It's our game, America's game.
We'd spit tobacco juice on a spike wound, rub dirt in it, and get out there and play.
Baseball's a gentleman's sport. Sportsmanship spoke from the heart of America.
It is a haunted game in which every player is measured against the ghosts of all who have gone before. Most of all, it is about time and timelessness, speed and grace, failure and loss, imperishable hope and coming home.
Somebody sat down and said, hey, it ought to be 90 feet. If it were 88 feet, the game would be very different. Think of the double plays. If it were 94 feet, batting averages would drop remarkably. 90 feet, that was a pick from heaven.
This is a reminder. Disorderly conduct will not be tolerated. Please respect your fellow fan and refrain from any unruly behavior. Failure to comply with these guidelines will result in ejection.
Baseball serves the same purpose as a revolution in Central America or a thunderstorm on a hot day. A tonic, an exercise. So long as it remains our national game, America will abide no monarchy, and anarchy will be too slow.
Ladies and gentlemen, we interrupt our program of dance music to bring you a special bulletin from the Intercontinental Radio News.
Ladies and gentlemen, the flash in the sky was visible within a radius of several hundred miles, and the noise of the impact was heard as far north as Chicago, Illinois. We have dispatched a special mobile unit to the scene, and we'll have our commentator give you a word picture of the scene as soon as he can reach there.
Reports observing several explosions occurring at regular intervals and moving toward the Earth with enormous velocity, like a jet of blue flame shot from a gun.
Crosley Service estimated that 32 million people were listening in on radios.
Quietly, and we will control all that you see and hear. You are about to participate in a great adventure. You are about to experience the awe and mystery which reaches from the inner mind to
the BCR, your home for the classic call, radio baseball.
Hi, folks. Join us now for another ball game. Yes, sir. Why, we'll send you the play-by-play. This is the one we've been waiting for. This is it. This makes you feel like it's spring and baseball, no more measles, and free tickets to the circus.
Although edited, tonight's thriller contains suspense and violence which may be unsuitable. Parental discretion is advised.
2, 4, 6, 8, who do we appreciate?
Braves count.
Okay, folks, I'm looking at the radar. Like, there's this little band coming in, but it's not even supposed to be here for a while, and it looks like it's going to kind of disappear. Not 100% sure why in the hell they are doing what they're doing, but they have us in a rain delay. So we're going to go ahead and play Once Upon a Pastime as we wait this out. It's very strange because when you're in the Midwest, you kind of have to assume that you're going to play through a little bit of rain, and it moves so much slower than it does if you're on the coast. And unless this radar that I'm looking at is incorrect, I mean, there's not a whole hell of a lot coming in. We're talking about a little light rain. So I don't think it's going to be a super long delay. And then the storms that are coming behind it, they're a few hours behind. Hopefully they get it in. But it seems like it'd be a lot smarter to just play through the damn thing and away we go. But anyways, we don't make those decisions. Here we go. Bobby Cox era, Atlanta Braves.
You go 14 times and only win one time. It leaves a little sting. But I've said this. I know it's going to sound weird, but I've said this. If I had to go back to the future and know what the results were going to be and trade with the Marlins, who won twice and only went twice, I wouldn't do it. At the 14 times, still thinking that maybe fate might change. Going 14 years in a row is pretty incredible.
Armchair.
It is
talk about the team, the myth, the legend that was the Atlanta Braves, a team that, an era, the Bobby Cox era, I guess is how I should put it. This team won 14 divisions in a row, but we only got the one World Series. We won the pennant in 91. We won the pennant in 92. We won the pennant and the World Series in 95. And then, of course, 96, we won the pennant. And 97, we came close. 98, we came close. 99, we won the pennant and lost the World Series. And then the Bobby Cox era finished off with the division titles, but never won another World Series. And the pennant's dried up as well. And one of the things that I always like to point to when people are talking about the Braves, and this got brought up. I actually had a listener that requested this in this Once Upon a Pastime series. We've done some other stuff, and they said, hey, what about talking about the Bobby Cox era? I believe the big reason why this was brought up because of that song 98 Braves. If you haven't heard it, Morgan Wallen made a song called the 98 Braves or 98. I'm not 100% sure the name of the song. I have heard it a handful of times. It's a good song. But after it was released and after I listened to it, and though it's a good song and I get it, I felt like that they pointed to the wrong season of the one that got away. So this is going to be our six-pack to go today. Kind of a six-pack of tall boys because we're going to dive into this. Of the 96 Braves, the 98 Braves, and other teams. Obviously, we're going to talk about the 95 Braves. This is the Once Upon a Pastime series of the best 5 Braves teams of the Cox era that didn't win it. We're going to start off talking about the 95 Braves, because they did win it. And because they did win it, we're going to lead off with them, and then we're going to go and talk about teams. So obviously the 95 Braves who won it, you got to put them number one, but then we're going to go 6 through 2, counting upward, on who were the best teams that never won it. And there's a lot of different factors that I went off on this, but when it's all said and done, this is my list, and I'm going to stick by it. This is the Bobby Cox era teams that made the playoffs but did not win at all. So when you talk about the 1995 Braves, it was a big season in Major League Baseball because we were coming straight off the strike. And for Braves country, it brought us back. And that's what a lot of folks who are not Braves fans did not kind of grasp on how we could come back so quick. Well, when your team's that good and they're winning and it's fun again, yeah, at the beginning, you're still burned by it, but a lot of us came back by at least the end of the summer going, man, this team's got a chance. This team has a real chance. This team can go out and they can maybe do what the other teams couldn't do. You know, some notable transactions, realize the season itself. And by the way, it was the 125th season of the franchise. 30th in the city of Atlanta. Still hadn't won a World Series. It was a strike-shortened season. We only played 144 that year. But it was the best in the National League. And for the 6th straight season, the team was managed by Bobby Cox. And we started off. Does this not sound familiar with Atlanta Braves today? And Atlanta Braves, we started off kind of slow. We were 20-17, and then June 4th, behind the Phillies, behind the Expos, and we'll get into the 94 team in a bit, but the Expos and the Phillies were playing good baseball. Remember, the Phillies had knocked us out in 93 to go to the World Series. We were newly division rivals at that time. And the Expos led the NL East the year before. Though I still contend the Braves would have beaten them in the playoffs. And I think they would have caught them. They were only 6 back, and there were several games to go. But the overview of that 95 team, we beat the Rockies in the NL Division Series 3-1. Remember, that was the first time the wild card got introduced. Then we go into the NLCS, and everyone thought the Cincinnati Reds that year had a very good chance of at least giving us a good series, and we swept them. I was at Game 3 in Cincinnati. I was living in northern Middle Tennessee, and the girl I was dating at the time and my roommate, the three of us decided that the next day, let's go. We were listening to the broadcast from Game 2 and kept hearing about how there were empty seats all throughout the Cincinnati Reds Stadium. Riverfront at the time. It was an old football stadium. We got there, and then I kind of understood why people weren't excited to watch games in that stadium. It wasn't built for baseball. But it was weird that a city that was that big into baseball, that's a baseball city, Cincinnati. They had 0 fan support that day. And maybe it's because they were already down 2-0 and they were going to kind of wait to see how it was. But I remember constant reports of 30,000 tickets available for Game 3. I said, let's go. Let's go watch it. And the biggest thing I remember about that was we had went to extras, and Javi Lopez hit a home run. I believe it was a 2-run shot. And the Braves won, and then we drove back to the just north of Nashville is where I called home at the time, and we would go on to sweep that series. So I'm all in. I'm really, really jazzed up about the fact that we're going to the World Series, and I felt like this team could do it. Don't get me wrong, I had a lot of friends that had given up on baseball. They didn't care. But I had fallen in love with the sport by then. And really got into the whole weeds of who are we. I'd already started at that point. I'd already started gathering information. You couldn't Google it like you could nowadays, but I was gathering information, books, anything I could get my hands on to teach me who the Braves were prior to my watching it, and then also who were the Braves before they got to Atlanta. So I'd already gone all in on the Braves. Really ticked off at Tom Glavine because he was the team president, or not the team. He was the players rep. I don't know if the term was president, but he was the Max Scherzer. Every time that you saw a press conference, he was out there. He was head of the Players Association for the players. And so I watched that whole thing in '94, the whole weeds of the strike, and just ticked off at Glavine. And I've said this before, but I got really ticked off later on when he left several years later to go play for the Mets for what was a minimal more amount for an entire contract. And I remember at the time I was doing a radio show in northern Nashville, and I remember going through it and basically breaking down how stupid of a deal it was. And people would call in and say, "Are you nuts? You would take the same." Like, no, I wouldn't, because at the time he took a minimal amount. I think it was like $200,000 or $300,000 more over the length of the contract. And my point was, if you stay in Atlanta and you invest your money, because I was using John Elway at the time as the template, because he had stayed in Denver his whole career, and he had all these car dealerships and whatnot. Like, you make a lot more money than that than going to New York and paying their ridiculous cost of living. And so, anyways, So Glavine stuck in my craw for a while. I have since let it go, and I know he's come back and said down the road that he believes he made a mistake, that they made a mistake, and I get that at the time. But my point at the time was I was younger than you, and I knew you were making a mistake, so I was ticked off about that. But that's not what this show is about. This show is about how damn good that 95 team was. The 1995 team. 90 wins and 54 losses. That doesn't jump out at you, but remember, we lost, 16 games? And at that rate, that probably would have been a 100-win team. In all likelihood, we would have finished somewhere in the neighborhood of 100, 102 wins. We go out and beat the Indians, and Tom Glavine's the one that slammed the door. So that started the healing process with me. And it wasn't until he left to go to the Mets that it just basically opened up a new wound, or opened up an old wound, I guess. But we get 95, we get the ring, and I'm like, thank God, because when I was a kid growing up in the early 80s, I didn't think this team was ever capable of winning the World Series. Stuck with them through thick and thin. But I had not. First of all, I didn't know a lot about their history, but then the other thing is what I had seen. I saw them really good in '82 and then stink for a while. And you're like, my God, this team is just, and you're young and you're impatient. Like, this team sucks. And then you see it come full around. The only reason to watch them was the reason why I watched them essentially was because of Dale Murphy. Now, I had a lot of other players that I loved, but Dale Murphy brought me to the sets in the 80s. The Winds brought everyone to the sets in the 90s. So that's the best team, and we could do an entire episode on that 95 team, but today we're going to talk about the others. And so who is my number 6 team? So it's a 6-pack. 95 Braves are at the top, and now I'm going 6 through 2. And the number 6 team is it is the team that the song was made of. And this is why I say that I think that solid song, but I think I would love it a lot more if they would have picked a team that really could have won it, really should have been there. And I've got one in mind that I'll hit at the end. And it's basically the number 2 team, and I would even take it to the number 3. I would have taken the number 4 team on this list and just shut up and moved on. But the 98 team, the one thing you cannot take away from the Atlanta Braves in 98, they went 106-56. And maybe that's why the songwriter, whoever, I don't know who actually wrote the song for The Wall and Hit, but whoever the songwriter was, maybe that's why they went and grabbed. They said, you know what? This team made it to the NLCS. They had 106 games. One of the best regular seasons in the history of Braves baseball. Let's just grab them. Right? Let's just grab them. Let's just go for that and just call it a day. And so, with all that being said, you go in here and you're like, all right, let's take a look at that team. Because I remember when the song came out, I was in shock that was the year. I was like, 98. And then I went back and looked at it. Yeah, that was a good team. But you know what my biggest memory of 98 team was? The biggest memory that I have of the 98 team was not being able to get base hits in key plays against those Padres. That Padre team was good. And then the biggest take that I took away from the 98 team in general, the 98 season, is how we could not get base hits and we could not find a way to piece together hits to beat the Padres. And then they go out and get smoked by the Yankees. And the 98 Yankees, remember, looked upon by a lot of folks as the best team to ever play Major League Baseball. You can never argue. That'd be, it's an impossible argument to win, but they're in the conversation. So when I think of the 98 Braves, I'm like, we would have never beaten that Yankees team anyway. So I cared then, but now I'm like, we never would have made it. That would have been a better twist on the song, right? I thought we were going to make it. For people who aren't familiar with the song, he's comparing it to his love with the girl, and I thought we were going to go the distance, and we didn't go the distance like the 98 Braves. Fill in the blanks. But would have been a better twist on the song is I thought we were going to go the distance like the 98 Braves, but we never really had a chance. We weren't hitting Kevin Brown, and if we would have hit Kevin Brown, we damn sure weren't hitting the 98 Yankees. The 98 Yankees, they were one of the most efficient teams in the history of baseball. And, we all hated them, right? But the hate comes from a ridiculous amount of respect and jealousy that our team wasn't that good. Because back then, the disparity in the money spent wasn't quite as great as it is now. Like, if you took the 2023 Mets, who were just dwarfing everybody in payroll, and had they gone out and won 120 games and swept through the World Series or anything like that, there'd be a lot of hate. But that's not how the 2023 Mets played out, right? So the 98 Braves, really good team. When you look at the pitching staff, it was Maddox, it was Glavine, it was Denny Nagel, one of my favorite Braves players, just because I mimicked his train whistle when he came through. When he was traded to the Braves, he had a train. He was coming from the Pirates. He had mimicked a train whistle that I guess is a train that ran behind Three Rivers Stadium in Pittsburgh. And every once in a while, when I have a couple of spirits in me, I will let that train whistle fly, and my friends know that, D train's pulled into the station. But so I'm always going to be a Nagel guy, right? But Kevin Millwood, remember how good he was? My God. He went 17-8 that year. Maddox, 18-9. Glavine, 20-6. Was it Smoltz? Smoltz went 17-3. Jeez Louise, how did he not get more Cy Youngs? It was a little ridiculous, right? Maddox, 18-9 with a 2.22 ERA. I think Maddox would have had more Cy Youngs if people didn't just get Maddox fatigue. Remember, he'd won 4 in a row. And there came a point in time where they're like, we're not going to give it to you every year. You're going to have to be something special. You're going to have to go 30-0 for us to give it to you ever again. So, I mean, we had guys in the relief pen that a lot of people forget about. We had El Presidente in the relief role. Doesn't it show it? Dennis Martinez. Rocker had not quite hit the scene as the closer, but John Rocker was a really good reliever. I mean, he was, what did he go? I see the 2.13 ERA, 38 innings. And this is a blast from the past. This is a guy you don't think about, but he was really good in 98. Kerry Lightenberg was our closer. Man, that was a fun team. And as far as the offense goes in 98, you still had Javi behind the plate. You had Andre Scalaraga, the big cat at first. I used to love to watch that guy hit oppos. Keith Lockhart was your second baseman. And though we loved Keith, that wasn't elite second base. Walt Weiss was the shortstop. We loved Weiss, but he wasn't elite, not offensively. Ryan Klesko was in left field, Andrew in center. Michael Tucker was your right fielder typically. And then, of course, the great Chipper Jones, Hall of Famer, was manning the hot corner. But your bench was solid, too. We had Ozzie Guillen on the bench. I mean, think about the guys that were on this team. Gerald Williams, who was good in his own right, very good. He hit 305 that year. Tony Graffinino, one of my favorite players there, just because I used to love to say Tony Graffinino. I'd get in arguments with guys. You get off Tony Graffinino. That's my guy. Tony Graffinino, by the way, hit 211 that year. Anyways, Danny Bautista. Remember him? And so, it goes on and on and on. Rafael Belliard. When you go through it, here's a guy I'd forgotten about, Randall Simon. Remember, that was the John Rocker controversy. He was talking about Randall Simon. We'll definitely do that in a Once Upon a Pastime. Mark DeRosa played a handful of games that year. So when you look at this team and you look at the how good it was very good. But I'm putting them at number 6. All right, let's go to the next one. Team that I have on our docket is the 1994 Braves. What? Season ended in a strike. To hell with them. Yeah, I know. I get it. But they were really good. And I don't know if the 94 Braves would have ever caught the Expos. But remember, Wild card was supposed to start anyways. Didn't start till 95 because of all the labor stoppage, but team would have made it into the playoffs. And we probably, the way it would have set up at the time, we would have faced because remember back then you faced the team in the division because they were trying to prevent two teams from basically the West Coast facing off in the CS because they didn't want those kind of ratings. Nowadays, all that's changed, but at the time, it would have been Braves versus Expos. And I felt like in a 5-game series, the Braves actually had the upper hand. We had a little better starting pitching. But the 94 Braves, that's one of those arguments that we can go into the weeds for a long, long time with. But the 94 Braves, this is what they did do. They were 68-46, and they really started catching fire towards the end. And though they only played 114 games, they were third in Major League Baseball in the record department. Now, a team that I did not put on this list that's one of my favorite teams, I just want to mention them real quick, are the team the year before, the 93 Braves, the ones that came back. It was the last great pennant race. And much like what we saw last year, when the Braves ran out of gas after catching the Giants, what we saw in the 2022 season, the Braves ran out of gas chasing down the Mets and faced the Phillies, and they faced the Phillies in 93. So it's really, look, it's really weird that it would be 30 seasons later. Is what he got me. But they ran out of gas and got beat by a lesser Phillies team in 2022, and they ran out of gas and lost to a lesser team in 1993. 1993 Phillies, they were a ragtag bunch that were fun for everybody to watch and pull for. But they were not better than the 93 Braves. And they went in and they gave the Blue Jays, and that was the famous Joe Carter home run. But they gave the Blue Jays actually a pretty good fight in the World Series. The 93 Braves would have beaten the 92. The 93 Braves would have beaten the 93 Blue Jays. They were built to beat them because they lost to the Blue Jays in 92. But back to the 94 Braves, I just think this team was really good. And though we were 6 back, we were 2.5 in front of the wild card, in front of the Astros and Mets. And we were about 500 against Montreal. We were 4-5. So like I said, it would have been nip and tuck, but I do believe the Braves would have beaten Montreal in the playoffs and would have went to the World Series. But this team, not a whole lot to go over with them because of the fact that there were no playoffs. But this team did have Deion Sanders. This team did have Roberto Kelly. They platooned out in the out in the center field. David Justice, Ryan Klesko, Terry Pendleton picking it at third. Terry Pendleton would go on to win the MVP the next year for the 95 Braves. I think I failed to mention it that 95 Braves, Maddox won the Cy Young, Glavine won the World Series MVP. But this team, Jeff Blauser. Remember Jeff Blauser? I was a huge Jeff Blauser guy. Because Blauser was there when we were stinky, and then he was there when we made the transition to very good. Same thing with Mark Lemke. We had Fred McGriff, the crime dog, one of my favorite players of all time. Man, was he on fire when he came over in the trade. Oh, my word. Braves rode those coattails that year. Javi Lopez behind the plate. and other guys. And, of course, this was the team that had Steve Avery and Kent Merker along with the big three in the rotation. I think those of us that were growing up at the time, like, we always think of those two guys being with the big three for a long time. They really weren't, as you'll see as we go through these different years. But it's a lot of fun to think about how good that team was. The team that, the player that they leaned on as far as the saves that year was actually Greg McMichael, though Mark Wohlers was the setup man. And you could see Mark Wohlers coming. You knew Mark Wohlers was going to be something. Of course, Mark Wohlers got the last out of the 95 series. Remember Bedrock, Steve Bedrosian? I was so happy when he came over to Atlanta because I loved his nickname, Bedrock. Followed his son for a while. He was in the Angels organization. I don't know where he is nowadays, but Mike Stanton, remember him? Very good reliever. Then we let him go to the dirty Yankees. What are we doing? What are we doing? When people ask me more and more about why did that team did not win more championships, there's one common denominator. And I know we didn't have the greatest offenses every year, but that was kind of the era. You didn't score a ton of runs. So it's not like the 2020 era Braves, the 2020s era Braves, where you have all this offense. The era, like, you could have picked apart a lot of the offenses in the days. We did not win because John Sherholtz never understood that he needed to make that bullpen the priority. They were always, because look, they looked at it as if you have Glavine, you have Maddox, you have Smoltz, and you have two more solid starters, you're going to run away with the division. And you're going to get in the playoffs. When you get in the playoffs, you got to find a way to win. And I think a lot of the thought process, too, was you could transition one of the guys into the bullpen, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The teams that dominated in the mid to late 90s and on through since understood, like the Yankees, understood you have to prioritize, the bullpen, because if not, you're not going to win the games late. And you usually have to have those late wins. It's going to be extremely rare for a team to cruise in the playoffs and the World Series and not needing a great bullpen. That's why, still to this day, it's my favorite saying of all time. Two most important things in life: a great friends and an even better bullpen. But this was a fun team. This team could play. And this team, when you looked at, it's unbelievable back then. You look in today's game, if you open up any year of recent memory, your team pitching on Baseball Reference, and it's going to be a laundry list about the size of your arm. The guys that pitched in 1994, I'm using as an example, we had the 5 starters that
so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose rough stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. For the ramparts we once were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare around bursting gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
At this time, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to introduce today's teams. As participants
in this historic game.
Play ball! Good seats, hey, buddy. He missed the tag! He missed the tag! He missed the tag!
It is the American game. You see a guy hit the ball out the ballpark, and that same guy can come up tomorrow in that situation and miss the ball and lose the ball game. Can bring you up here, it can bring you down there. One thing about it, though, you know it always will be a tomorrow. You got me today, but I'm coming back.
Think about it. What is there in your life, besides your love of family maybe, that carries all the way through from almost your earliest recollections till the day you die, and you care about it in one way or another? There are very, very few things that make that list, but we have a child's interest in baseball, so it will be one of the few things in my life that I have cared about in one way or another all the way through.
There's a lot of wonderful stillness in baseball that I love. Many seconds of stillness. When the pitcher has got the sign, the batter is crouched, the ball players all lean forward with their hands on their knees, and then very shortly the ball is delivered. But in that tiny period when the pitch and the fever of the crowd is tangible, there's a moment of absolute stillness that I treasure.
The best of us keep as much of that childhood with us as we grow into adulthood as we can muster. And the most creative, the most happy, the most fortunate of us are those who don't lose the sense of play. And even after we're past the point of being able to actually play the game with any skill, if we love it, then it's like Peter Pan. We remain boys forever. We don't die.
Ladies and gentlemen, we interrupt our program of dance music to bring you a special bulletin from the radio news.
Sit quietly and we will control all that you see and hear. There is nothing wrong. You are about to participate in a great adventure. You are about to experience the awe and mystery.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both things and ideas. You've just crossed over into
Adventures in Time and Space.
We offer you Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball.
Hi, folks. Join us now for another Braves ball game. Yes, sir. This is the one we've been waiting for. This is it. This makes you feel like it's spring and baseball, no more measles, and free tickets to the circus.
You're in Braves Country.
This is a reminder, disorderly conduct will not be tolerated. Please respect your fellow fan and refrain from any unruly behavior. Failure to comply with these guidelines will result in ejection.
It's all mixed up with peanuts, tobacco juice, and a hearty feeling among the fans joshing each other. Always this raucous, good spirit. Everybody came to have a good time. The whole stands full of people all roaring. In baseball, never known an instance where so instantly a whole crowd could be brought to its feet, roaring with delight over just a clean crack of a bat against the ball.
A lot of room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets.
Line drive and a base hit. Just as they score the tying run. Breed to the plate. And he is safe.
country from a trip to the World Series. Whatever superstition you've got, do it. The entire city of Atlanta, the entire South is standing on their feet, trying to will the Braves into the World Series. Here's the 1-0 pitch. And swung on and ripped over to Dansby Swanson. Dansby's got it. He fires over to first. Baby, sound the trumpets. Do the job through the streets. Your Atlanta Braves are headed to the World Series. And the place is going bananas.
Although edited, tonight's thriller contains suspense and violence which may be unsuitable. Parental discretion is advised.
You're in Braves country.
Good evening, Braves country. We're waiting for the go-ahead. They're saying it's 8:30 Eastern, so 7:30 Central. That's what the clip was. I believe we're just about set for first pitch, and it does look like that all the signs point to yes. So as soon as the 3D kicks in, we will bring it to you. Twins are wearing their white jerseys, home jerseys, top to bottom. Twins across the chest in red. Blue ball cap. The Twins logo on the front, the interlocking T and C in white and red. Very navy blue type ball cap. Braves wearing their navy blue road jerseys, my favorite ones that they have. Laying across the chest in red and outlined in white. Tomahawk the same, striped in gold. And yes, sir, here we go. Laying across the chest. Numerals on the back the same. Names in white, blue ball cap in the white A representing the city of Atlanta from Boston to Milwaukee to the A, America's team since 1871, the longest running sports franchise in North American sports history, and it is time to play ball. As soon as we get the go-ahead, it does look like they are finally warming up and firing those final warm-up tosses left to right across the outfield. It's Roden, Buxton, and Keyshaw. Round the horn, third to first, Lee, Culpepper, Clemens, and Lewis. Jeffers is behind the plate, and Bailey Ober is on the bump. More on him in a second. Drake Baldwin comes set, and the first pitch on the way. Yes, sir. It is baseball time in Braves country, and the first pitch misses outside for a ball. It's 1-0. Righty-lefty matchup. The infield. Back into the right. Pitch right there at the knees. 1-1. Very, very limited coverage that the Braves have seen Bailey Ober in the past for obvious reasons. 1-1 pitch. Swing! That ball slapped into right field. That's down for a base hit. And your Atlanta Braves, the Drake is on to get us going.
You don't like the Drake?
I love the Drake.
How could you not like the Drake?
Who's the Drake?
The Drake is good.
The Drake is good. Righty-righty matchup now. Ronald Acuna Jr., the batter. The first pitch, swing and a miss. Chase one a little bit off the plate. It's 0-1. Acuna, your designated hitter tonight. Bailey Ober has a 6-pitch mix, 4 that he relies on heavily. The 0-1 pitch, swing. Knocks it back foul to the first base dugout. It's 0-2. Changeup comes in 32% of the time. Four-seamer 32. Slider 17, sweeper 12. Then he's got a sinker and curveball that he'll show a total of 5% just to keep you honest. So he is a kitchen sinker. Throws everything but the kitchen sink at you to get you out. The 0-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. And Ronald Acuna Jr. swung at that kitchen sink in the dirt. Went away. That's bad at bat there by Acuna. He decided he was going to swing till his heart content. That ball was, 5 inches off the plate. At least 3 or 4. Closer to 5. So righty-lefty matchup. Matt Olson, the batter. First pitch, four-seamer at the knees. It's 0-1. Olson coming in with 36 home runs. 891 OPS. The 0-1 pitch. The setup on the outer edge. Brings it. Just misses outside. 1-1. 1-1 count. Nothing your score. Just getting going here. Game 1 of a 3-game set. The 1-1 pitch. Swing! Chops the changeup foul. Down the third baseline, it's 1-2. Same 2 teams back at it tomorrow night. 7:40, assuming they can read a radar in Minnesota. The 1-2. Time is called by Matt Olson. Marlins have put a run on the board. It's 2-1. It looked like they just flashed up there that it's raining pretty heavily in Philly, but they are continuing to play. 1-2 count, runner at first. 1 out. Harris standing on deck. Dubon in the hole. 1-2 pitch. Down and in. 2-2. Not sure if I got to the infield, so Lee at third, Culpepper at short, Clemens at second, and Lewis is at first. Jeffers behind the plate, Ober on the hill. The 2-2 pitch. Down below the knees. Taking that changeup, he's reading it pretty well so far. Full count. Minnesota Twins come in 60-65 on the year, 32-31 at home. Coming off being swept by Philadelphia. The 3-2. Just misses outside. Oh, they're going to call it for a strike 3. Man, that was a delayed strike. 2 down. Bruce Dreckman wanting to make sure everybody knows who is behind the plate today. About a 1 or 2 second pause. Michael Harris second, the batter. First pitch, changeup below the knees. It's 1-0. You know, if they're going to be on the players to always be quick on the challenge, the umpires ought to have to be quick on the call. The 1-0 pitch. Four-seamer misses inside. Ball 2, 2-0. 2-0 count. If you're just joining us, we were in a rain delay that didn't appear necessary as the 2-0 swing and a miss, 2-1. So we got this game started about 50 minutes late. I'm going by the folks that are in the booth and the folks that are writing for the team, what they were all complaining about from both sides, Minnesota and Atlanta. 1 on, 2 outs, the 2-1 pitch, just below the knees. Ball 3, 3-1. Really trying to live below the zone is Ober. He's had a problem with the home run ball in his career. He's got decent stuff, decent velocity, but when he struggles, it's when he gets the ball up. The 3-1 to Harris. Swing and a miss changeup. Full count. Ball was just inside the zone. Appears that he foul tipped it. The payoff pitch. Drake at first, and he goes. The pitch, swing. Corkscrews it foul in between home and third base. Just out in front of the plate, and we'll do it again. This will be the 19th pitch of the inning. Payoff pitch, runner goes, swing, rips it into right field. That's through for a base hit. Drake will make it over to third, and it's runners on the corners with 2 outs. Good piece of hitting there by Money Mike. Hard hit ball into right field.
What they know about that?
God bless you, Mike. Keep your game tight.
Never know. You know what I'm saying? I got a little razzle dazzle.
Righty-righty matchup. Dubon swings at the four-seamer up and in. It's 0-1. Dubon batting .262 on the year, 10 home runs. 700 OPS, the 0-1 outside wide, 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Braves nothing, Twins nothing, but Atlanta is threatening here in the top of the first inning. Martin Perez is on the hill for your Atlanta Braves, for those of y'all who may not have caught the pregame. The 1-1 pitch, swing, lifts it down the right field line foul, and it's 1-2. 7:40 first pitch scheduled for tomorrow night. We'll come on the air 7:15. And then on Wednesday, it's a getaway day, 1:40. First pitch, 1:15 airtime. The 1-2 pitch. Drags that one foul. Nothing else. The Braves are making Ober work. This will be pitch 24. No runs, 2 hits, and no errors so far for your Atlanta Braves, top of the first. The 1-2 to Dubon. Brings it. Down and away, sweeper, 2-2. Standing on deck is Ozzie Albies. Yaz is in the hole, but there are 2 outs. Outfield playing pretty straight away and deep. Infield back into the left. Huge hole on the right side as they hold the runner at first. The 2-2. Swing! Slaps it foul. Chase the four-seamer just above the chest. Runners on the corners. 2 outs. The 2-2 pitch, 26 of the inning. Check swing, just peppered it foul off the plate. Just got a stitch or two. One of those ones mid-swing, he knew he didn't want to actually swing at it, so he just kind of boinked it. That'll drive a pitcher crazy, especially when he's about to pitch number 27 of the inning. The 2-2 count. Brings it. Swing. Lifted. High into right field. Giving chase foul territory. Making the running catches. Keyshaw, and that'll end the inning. So the Braves come up snake eyes, but they do put 27 pitches on Ober. We'll be back in a flash. Martin when we return here in Braves country.
Get this bus moving.
Stop.
Come back.
Too late.
Roll call! Yeah, roll call!
You're in Braves country.
Good to see everybody in the chat. We got Chris Hughes. Chop shop. I beg your pardon, we didn't promise you a rosemary garden. Or a game that would start on time. Darren, good to see you. Mark, Ricky, Ricardo, Lucy, he's home. R-Dub, James Fisher King. Big truck, keep on rolling. Know we saw Uncle Charlie earlier. And I know Peter was in here earlier. Dirty Bird, good to see you. Gary the Real McCoy. John Dubois. Brandon Barry. Martin Perez is firing his warm-up tosses. Rod, good to see you. Rod to the 78th power. Teddy Reed. Jody Jones, good to see you. I think we already got Darren, but just in case. Darren feeling a little bewitched today. Austin, good to see you. Tree Nug. We haven't hollered at you. Give us a shout. We'll try to get him in as the game goes along. Martin Perez goes to work, and the first pitch on the way. He's a strike upstairs on the outer edge. It's 0-1. Starting him off with the sinker. The 0-1 pitch. Kicks and fires. Drops another sinker down at the knees this time. More where he really wants to be. It's 0-2. Martin Perez comes in with a 5-pitch mix, a changeup, and a sinker that he leans on the most, a total of 62% of the time, almost even Steven with those. Cutter at 21% and the curveball at 11. The 0-2 pitch swing. That ball is roped down the left field line. Here comes Dubon. He's going to fire into second. The speedy Keyshaw, he is safe, and it's a head-first slide double to lead it off for the Twinkies. Good hustle out of the box by Luke Keyshaw. Perez shows the cutter 21% of the time, curveball 11%, and the four-seamer 7%, excuse me. Eric Falk, when he be chatting, we listen. Luke Keyshaw, that was his 19th double of the year, and that'll bring up Byron Buxton. Got to be careful here. First pitch, curveball, down below the knees, but I believe they're saying he went around. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Drops the changeup below the knees. 1-1. So 1-1 count. Turns and kicks below the knees. Ball 2-2-1. He's gone curveball and then changeup. Some of y'all are probably getting in late with the rain delay. We're just here in the bottom of the first inning, 0-0 your score. The Braves threatened but could not come through. Twins have led off with the double. The 2-1 pitch off the instep. 2-2. A couple of out-of-town ball games we're calling this week. So a total of 9. Friday, we're planning on bringing you Phillies versus Cardinals after the end of the Braves Brewers game, which is starting at 4:10 Eastern on Friday afternoon. Phillies and Cardinals should be starting right after that. Assuming there's not some rain delay, we'll catch it in progress. Probably still first or second inning at that point. The 2-2 count. Inside high. 3-2. So a full count. Jeffers is standing on deck. Buxton with 25 home runs, and the payoff pitch. Swing, fouls the cutter back. Do it again. The full count. Perez, pitch number 10 of the inning. Winds up and kicks inside, ball 4. So you missed that spot by quite a bit. And they have runners on first and second and nobody out. So first and second, nobody out, and you got Jeffers, the catcher, coming to the plate. Home runs on the year and an 882 OPS. So you got to be careful here. You'd love a ground ball double play as the curveball's in the dirt. It's 1-0. 1-0. Infield playing back into the left. Outfield fairly deep and straight away. You wouldn't consider that one of the deeper plays. The 1-0 pitch. Change up down and in. I mean, they are not biting at the soft stuff below the knees. He's got to hit his spots. I think he's trying to get more to change on the chase for the double play, and you understand that, but you don't want to load the bases here. The 2-0 pitch. Up top. That hit the zone, and they're not challenging it. Bad job by Drake Baldwin once again behind the plate. Over half that ball is in the zone as they replayed on the Minnesota cast. Really bad job behind the plate this year. They finally showed it on the Atlanta cast. The 3-0, upstairs, 3-1. I don't know how they're going to fix that with him. We already know the teams run on Drake Baldwin with ease, and now he's spitting the bit behind the plate on the challenges. The 3-1 pitch, swing, chopper down and in, full count. Really changes the at-bat there from 3-0 to 2-1 if he challenges that, and he would have gotten it right. Kicks and fires, swing, drops the cutter backwards, and it's a full count once again. Runners at first and second, nobody out, pitch 17 of the inning. The 3-2, down and in, ball 4. So the challenge did cost the Braves. It'll load the bases. Hefner's coming out there to talk to him. Bases are loaded, nobody out here in the first. I do wonder if the delays messed up Perez's routine. These pitchers getting routines, but there's really no excuse for it. Josh Bell standing at the plate. Power hitter. 16 home runs on the year. That's the bad news. The good news is if you can get him to hit one on the ground, he is a very slow runner. And with the catcher at first, you're lined up for a double play. Infield playing back into the left. The first pitch on the way, high and out of the zone curveball. It's 1-0. Still nobody out. This will be pitch number 19 of the inning. 1-0. Nowhere near the zone. Ball 2-0. 2-0 count. Brings it. 3-0. He is just giving up balls left and right. Cannot find the zone. And this is not what the Braves are looking for when it's the first game of a 7-game week. The 3-0 pitch right there for a strike, 3-1. And on top of that, you're going to see, counting last night or yesterday afternoon's game, you're going to hit 5 cities in 8 days. The 3-1 swing, lifted, high into right field, giving chase. Did that ball get down? It bounces over the wall, and it's going to be a 2 RBI double. Very short wall out there in right field, and it jumped over the wall. Yaz was giving chase, could not get there in time. And the trouble continues. Chase went a little off the plate. He just got lucky. It fell down into fair territory, maybe 8 inches to a foot inside. First pitch swinging here. That ball scalded. Ripped up the middle, right down his throat, and here comes the throw to the plate. They'll go station to station, up 2-0. That'll be 3-0. And Martin Perez, struggles continue. None of these are hard hit balls except for the one by Keyshaw to start off the inning. So runners on the corners, nobody out. Cody Clemens, the batter. And you do feel like you're going to score some runs tonight, but you got to get some outs. The pitch on the way, swing, smack through the hole, 4-0. RBI single, runners at first and second. Nobody out. Hit after hit after hit. 4 runs, 4 hits, no errors. He has thrown 24 pitches. I mean, if anybody's ever needed a triple play, it's right here. Brooks Lee is coming to the plate. First pitch right there at the knees. It's 0-1. What a disaster. The 0-1. Brings it. Down and in. 1-1. 1-1 count. Drops a sinker at the knees, 1-2. That might have been a friendly call. That was very borderline. And you got a guy struggling. This bag's already coughed up 4 in the first inning. He is soaking wet. He is sweating. The 1-2 in the dirt, 2-2. They keep trying to drop that changeup down. Some of that is on Drake Baldwin as well. When you know he's not hitting his spots on certain pitches, it looks like Medeiros is warming up in the pen to try to save Perez's arm. The 2-2 swing, pops it up high in the sky. Into left center field, and Dubon almost runs into Harris. Harris calls him off, and Out number 1 is recorded. So hopefully that leads to a double play. You got runners on first and second, 1 out. And Culpepper. Kalen Culpepper coming to the plate, batting .250 on the year. Youngster. Just 7 games. First pitch on the way, right there at the knees. It's 0-1. He does have a home run. Kicks and fires. Swing and a miss. It's 0-2. Medeiros continues to work in the pen. The 0-2. Brings it. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. So 2 down. Once again, I do believe the Braves are going to put runs on Bailey Ober. You can't let the game get away from you totally, because then guys, just human nature, they just start giving up at bats. They don't take professional at bats. But for all the people who have been taking victory laps about how we didn't need anybody as the first pitch inside to Roden for Baltimore, we didn't need any help at the trade deadline, this is the kind of stuff people were worried about. You got a guy, he's never going to blow anybody away, but he has to rely on soft contact. The 1-0 pitch, swing, chops it on the ground, and that will finally end the inning. Braves cough up 4-0 your score. You do wonder what it would have been if we would have challenged that ball. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country. Where do you come from? Where do you hail from?
You're in Braves Country.
It's always great to hear where everybody's listening here in Braves Country. We go to the top of the second inning, and Braves put some runners on, didn't come through, and we're regretting it now. No runs, 2 hits, no errors for Atlanta. 4 runs, 4 hits, no errors for Minnesota. You can say 2 things about that inning that Martin Perez pitched. If Drake Baldwin challenges that pitch, it's probably a little less. It's probably nowhere near as bad as we saw. But it could have been a lot worse because he was stinkeroo in that first inning. Hopefully he settles in and can give us some innings here. We go back to the top of the second inning. The first pitch is a fastball up top, taken for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 right there. So a 1-2 count. They jumped ahead on us is what happened. I was trying to figure out what in the world they were doing. The 1-2 pitch. Swing, chops it down the line, foul. We'll do it again. Infield playing back into the right. The 1-2 once again is chopped foul. Kicks and fires. Swing, slaps it away. We'll do it again. So a 1-2 pitch. Infield back into the right. Outfield. Straight away, fairly deep. The pitch on the way. Swing, and that ball's lifted out to left center field. That's going to get down for a base hit. So here we go with our own hit parade. It's our turn, baby.
I'm the Wiz. I'm the Wiz. I'm the Wiz. I'm the Wiz, and nobody beats me.
Righty-lefty matchup. The Yaz coming to the plate. And the first pitch is outside. Taken wide for a ball. It's 1-0. Yaz, 228 on the year, 9 home runs, 34 RBI. You got to figure they were hoping for a little better than that when they signed him to the 2-year, 22 deal. As the 1-0 foul back, 1-1. But not a terrible contract like the Hassan Kim one. You're expecting a little better out of Yaz by now. 1-1 count, righty-lefty matchup. Braves magic number 31 coming into tonight. The pitch right there at the knees, 1-2. Marlins have cut their deficit against the Phillies to 4-3. They're going to the bottom of the 7th in that one. Riley standing on deck. The 1-2 pitch. Pop up. Can of corn. Who wants it? Shortstop looking for it. Culpepper underneath it. Easy breezy. F6 in your scorecard, 1 away. One on, one out. Austin Riley, the batter. First pitch, right there inside. Sinker misses. It's 1-0. Turns and kicks. High and inside. Ball 2-0. Ozzie Albies standing at first. Austin Riley, a 2-0 count. 15 home runs on the year for the Rake, batting .224. His OPS is sitting at .670. The pitch on the way is up and in, four-seam fastball. 3-0. It's pitch 41 for Ober. If the Braves can be patient, they can get him out of the game and get into that Minnesota bullpen. 3-0 pitch. Drops a slider in there. 3-1. The Minnesota bullpen collectively has a 4.78 ERA. The 3-1 fouls it back. Full count. That is 5th worst in all of Major League Baseball. Conversely, the Atlanta Braves are number 4 in the rankings. 4th best. Jarvis stands on deck. The payoff pitch. Swing, slaps it back, foul. We'll do it again. if you want a silver lining here, trailing 4-0, they led the Phillies 5-0 yesterday, very early on. The Phillies came back and chipped away at that bullpen. They beat them 7-5. So it can be done. The payoff pitch, swing and a miss, chase that one well out of the zone. Strike 3. That was a bad one to swing at. It was off the plate going away, and as it came back down, well below the knees. So we're down to Jim Jarvis to try to save the day. Standing on deck is Baldwin in the top of the order. Righty-lefty matchup. First pitch, swing, chops back foul. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Brings it outside wide, 1-1. The 1-1 count. Changeup misses high and out of the zone. Ball 2-1. Obert 48 pitches with 2 outs here in the second. So definitely putting a high pitch count on him. As Derek Shelton, their manager, looks on him from the dugout. The 2-1 pitch. Upstairs, 2-2. The 2-2 in the dirt. Ball 3-2, which means Ozzie will be on the move. Drake Baldwin standing on deck. The payoff pitch. Ober brings it. Swing. Hard hit ball on the ground, but that'll get scooped up by the first baseman, Lewis, and he will tag the bag, and that'll end the inning. G3 on your scorecard. Braves trail 4-0, but Bailey Ober's pitch count is high. Bullpen illuminate behind him.
In 1980, we were playing Philadelphia, and whoever won that game goes to the World Series. I go down to take batting practice, and Pete's on one knee, and he's leaning on his bat watching. And when I got through hitting, I walked out, and Pete goes, "Hey, Nolan, I wish you'd get that curveball of yours over just one time. Do you remember this?"
No. I didn't say Mr. Ryan?
No, you said Nolan. You said, "I wish you'd get that curveball over just one time." And I go, "Yeah, why is that, Pete?" And he says, "Because I'm going to hit it right off your blanking forehead." And I go, "Oh, all right, we'll see about that." So, we get into the game, and first 2 times up, I don't throw him any curveballs. Third time up, throw him fastball in, throw him fastball away. It counts 1-1. I think, now's my chance. Well, I throw my curveball, and when it leaves my hand, I know it's a good pitch. It was a pitch I wanted to throw. But I see Pete's eyes light up, and he hits the most vicious line drive that would have hit me in the face if I hadn't got my glove up. And he's running to first base, pointing at me. And he comes across the mound, and he says a couple ugly things to me.
Right back to Ryan. Pete says, "All right."
The countdown for George Brett to the 3,000 mark.
And just as much desire to climb them.
I'm 4 hits away. We have a 4-game series in Anaheim. I go to the ballpark that day, and I'm trying to swing, and I can't. Tuesday, get there, taking dry swings. Not good enough. Get there Wednesday, taking some swings, hitting off a tee. I'm going, okay, if I can swing 80%, boom, yeah, it feels good. Okay, Hal McRae, I can play.
It was insane. He was hurt. He was so hurt that he couldn't even put on his shoes that day. We didn't even know if he was going to start the game. And one of his brothers stayed in Palm Springs because George said, "I'm not going to play, and if I play, I'm going to do terrible."
Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Welcome back. Braves trail 4-0. In the first batter up to the plate, got aboard. They jumped ahead on me again. 1 on, nobody out, single to start the inning. I do apologize. Byron Buxton, the batter. The pitch right there is at the knees. Misses for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Kicks and fires, swing, chops it on the ground. And it's going to be a force out, 5-4 on the put out. Buxton will be safe. 1 away. Ryan Jeffers, the batter. Lefty-righty matchup, double play depth. The first pitch is inside. Called for a ball. It's 1-0. Swing, chopper on the ground. This could be it. A tailor-made 6-4-3 double play. Just what the doctor ordered to get Perez out of a quick inning. We'll grab the sticks. Top of the order due up for your Atlanta Braves when we return.
People are putting glitter in their pickles now. It's a trend. They're called glickles. For the love of God, will somebody turn me the off? I don't want to take in any more data. My brain is closed. Sorry, I'm being rude now. They're lovely. They look lovely. They're lovely. Will you stop paying with your food and eat it?
Hey, man. Y'all know I love these, right? Ruin Thanksgiving in 4 words. Hey, Pop. Mama cheating. Who made the potato salad? There's pork in everything. My mom want to go home. I dropped the turkey. Y'all always judging me. Hey, the toilet don't flush. Who them people is? That food look nasty. The yams ain't yamming. Hey, why Auntie Turkey white? It's no to-go plates. All the plates smell of booty. Somebody's car got towed. Dog just licked the turkey. I keep them going. How would you ruin Thanksgiving?
Are there any drugs in this house?
If there
Shut that down for a second.
If there are, you better find them and give them to me immediately. No, they're not.
No drugs in the house right now?
Not that I know about. If I know about them, I'll find them and throw them away. It's not a big deal. Ooh, drugs in the house. We're all gonna die.
And let me see, what else could we pile on? Is there any more we could pile on?
So his brother JB stayed in the desert, and then he started watching the game, and he got 1 hit. Then he got another hit, and then I think he jumped in his car and started to drive towards Anaheim.
George tonight with a double, a single, and another single. He has 2,999 hits.
Getting something of that magnitude, that important, you're not going to get it your first at bat because you're going to feel a pressure and you're going to be too tense and your swing won't be as fluid.
I think a lot of us were like, just make an out so that you can go back to Kansas City and get it in Kansas City, but no.
Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Welcome back. Drake Baldwin, the batter. First pitch on the way is inside for a strike. It's 0-1. Down in front. There you go. The 0-1. Swing. Pop up. Lazy fly ball. 2-pitch at bat by Drake Baldwin. And 1 away. Still say they shouldn't have him leading off. It's a really, really dopey idea to have the slow catcher leading off. If you want a left-handed batter that gets on base a lot, put Michael Harris up there and slide Drake behind behind Olsen. Because if they do walk Olsen, is the first pitch upstairs. Four-seamer misses for a ball. It's 1-0. Acuna struck out swinging his first time up on 3 pitches. The 1-0 pitch. Drops a sweeper upstairs. It's 1-1. So 1-1 count. Swing. Whistles it back foul. 1-2. The 1-2. Brings it. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Second strikeout of the night for Acuna. Bailey Ober, his 4th strikeout, and there's 2 down. But if you're going to have Acuna bat second against right-handers, if Baldwin gets aboard and Acuna goes right after him, he is blocking the base paths. First pitch on the way, down and in. To Olsen, it's 1-0. And then you also get a pretty good hitter behind Olsen, force them to hit him. But I'd rather see how many times Harris can get on and cause problems on the base paths. The 1-0 pitch, swing, fouls it away. It's 1-1. And when you got a lefty on, you could flip-flop him and Ozzie or Dubon or however you wanted to do it. They didn't start doing that whole Drake leading off thing until Acuna got injured. The 1-1 pitch, swing, chops it foul. 1-2. It's almost like they go with the idea, if it's broken, don't fix it. The 1-2 count. Swing. Slices it foul. We'll do again. Infield is back and to the right. 4-0 your score. The 1-2. Changeup misses. 2-2. So at least Olsen is buying some pitches here. 62 pitches on the night. The 2-2 pitch. Inside, 3-2. Standing on deck is Harris. In the hole is Dubon. A bloop and a blast would cut this in half. The payoff pitch. Outside wide, ball 4. So he'll head on down to first. And Harris will come to the plate.
This is not watered down.
Who singled his first time up.
Ice House. Smooth as it gets.
Righty-lefty matchup. First pitch and a dribbler back to the mound. That'll end the inning. 1-3 on the putout. The Braves go down quietly once again. It's 4-0. We go to the bottom of the 3rd. Here in Braves country.
What a day. I use a drink. Nothing like a cold one after a long day, huh?
So, how much do you drink?
I think I'm good for about 10 or 12.
10 or 12 a week? That's not bad.
About a week.
You drink 10 or 12 beers a day?
You counting beers too?
How reckless of me. I made you all wet.
Yes, but my martini's still dry.
She turned out to be a part-time model and a full-time pickpocket.
Oh, yeah. I've been known to drink a beer or two. But then again, I've been known to do a lot of things.
You drinking anymore?
Oh, me? No, I quit drinking, dude.
You never gonna drink again? Nope. You wanna stop at the bar by the Chinese restaurant? Just get a quick shot, me and you, and then we'll go. Yeah, the bar they got in the back.
Oh, the Chinese bar? Okay.
What's shaking? All 4 cheeks and a couple of chins.
I thought you said they didn't have alcohol.
Run back to your mix master. Cook up a few more of these.
Cigarette?
No, I never touch her.
Yeah.
I suck them down like Coca-Cola.
I expose people to magic. I expose them to something they're never otherwise going to see in their boring, normal lives. And I gave that to them. I may forget about them tomorrow, but they'll live with that memory for the rest of their lives. And that's a gift, man.
One of the women said that she was afraid she might OD.
I thought that was a lemon drop. I didn't think it was tequila.
What's that got to do with me?
You and me are going to have a small talk later on.
I'll be busy thinking of things to say.
Doesn't your wife ever complain that you never spend any time with her?
Would you?
Could you keep it down to a low roar? Some of us have to work.
Put that money down, pal.
Yeah, I'll be ready.
There goes the 2 weeks at camp I promised the kids this summer. My birthday, give me a beer, stick a candle in it, and I'll blow out my liver.
Here's to feeling good all the time.
Perfect. Cheers.
Cheers.
This crowd's back into it now.
Lefty-righty matchup. First pitch is right there for a strike. It's 0-1. Braves trail 4-0. The 0-1. Kicks and fires, lifts it high and deep into right field, but not deep enough. Underneath it is the Yaz, and there's one away. Tomorrow night, it's Molly on the mound, and then we get Chris Sale. They as far as I've seen so far, they're not pushing anybody back. That could happen at any moment, obviously, but as of right now, they're not pushing anybody back. Lefty-righty upstairs cutter. He's going to challenge this one. Where was that in the first inning? Let's see if he hits with it. This one's much closer than the one he should have challenged in the first. And just clips it. Good job on the challenge. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Down and away. 1-1. He's looking up as the 1-1 is upstairs. That looked like a strike two curveball. That did hit the top of the zone. That was a little too close. I don't blame Bolden for not challenging that one. But it did hit. It did touch it. The 2-1 swing, roller on the ground over to short. It's going to be a 6-3 put out. Jarvis to Olson, and there's 2 down. Anyways, I was searching to see if there was any news or any kind of insight on the A.J. Smith-Shawver news as far as the first pitch on the way is right there for a strike. Lefty-lefty matchup. Clemens the batter. It's 0-1. And I came across a couple of posts where people, it had to have happened right after Martin Perez coughed up the 4 runs. The 0-1 pitch, swing, chops it foul, it's 0-2. One of the guys said, it's okay, I've been told that A.J. Smith-Shawver could never start over anybody in our rotation. And another guy said, yeah, by all means, send him to the bullpen. We don't need A.J. Smith-Shawver right now. I know that's right. Dude has been dominant. For those of y'all who have not paid attention, he's been dominant his last couple outings. The 0-2 pitch down below the knees. And if you remember, before he hit the Tommy John early last year, he looked really good. I mean, he looked like a top tier 1 or 2. The 1-2 swing, laces it into center field. That's down for a base hit. And it is a 2-out single for the Twinkies with a 4-0 lead. He was the minor league baseball player of the week, going 5 1/3 and 7 strikeouts. course, AAA is much different than the MLB, but he looked pretty good when he did a spot start last month as the curveball is hammered down the left field line, but foul. Brooks Lee 0 for 1 on the day with a fly out to center. Lefty-righty matchup. We got the infield back into the left. Huge hole on the right side holding on the runner. The outfield pretty deep and straight away. They're darn near on the warning track. The 0-1. Down and in, 1-0. 1-1 count. Swing. Hit hard on the ground. Ozzy's got it. Scoops it off the turf. Flips it to first. And that'll end the inning. Braves trail by 4. It's time to get some runs in the 4th. We'll be back in a flash here in Braves country. This date, 1909, Nap LaHoy resigns as the manager of the Cleveland Baseball Club. The fans still support the popular skipper when a response to a newspaper poll indicates the overwhelming choice to keep the team name as the Naps instead of choosing a new one, which was common at that time. The name will not be changed until they become the Cleveland Indians following the 1914 season. The club was named after what is perceived as the first Native American baseball player to play in the major leagues from 1897 to 1899. Louis Sockalexis, member of the Penobscot Indian tribe, will have his legacy honored until 2022 when the Indians are renamed the Guardians. On this date in 1966, after tying Jimmy Fox the day before for most career home runs, hit by a right-hander, giant slugger Willie Mays passes Double X with his 535th home run. The San Francisco center fielder now takes second place on the all-time list, trailing only Babe Ruth at 714 home runs. And to finish that thought, on this date in 1973, 42-year-old Willie Mays hits his 660th home run and final of his career off Cincinnati southpaw Don Gullett. Welcome back. We go back to work. Down in front. First pitch on the way. Mauricio Dubon, the batter, takes it out and away. It's 1-0. 1-0. Man, swings a bad one off the plate. I mean, they weren't doing it earlier in the game. They were chasing that terrible pitch off the plate. It's 1-1. The 1-1 pitch. Pops it back foul. Four-seamer. You see that thing bending and you have the count in your favor. It makes zero sense to take a hack at a bender going well off the plate away from you. The 1-2 pitch. Swing. Rips it. And that ball will stay fair. It will not just foul down the left field line. See, that one was right in the center of the plate, and it was a hanging cement mixer. You want to make him pay on that pitch, but regardless, that was a good swing. You're not going to always time it up right. The 1-2 pitch fouls it back. When you have a count in your favor, it's less forgivable to me when the count is in your favor and you take a bad swing. When you got 2 strikes and you're just trying to stop from striking out, you can let a lot of that stuff go. You realize that they're just out there fighting. The 1-2 pitch peppers that one in the dirt. That pitch was well out of the zone and in the dirt. He did chop it foul. It's 1-2 once again. And he just spits on the ones that are that far out of the zone, he's got a 3-1 count right now. The 1-2. Swing lifted. High and deep into right field, but not nearly deep enough. Almost warning track power. Didn't need his Wheaties. It's one away. F9 in your scorecard if you're scoring at home. Keyshaw mate with the grab. Twins are in the mix of a 8-team race for the wild card, but it's really a 6-team race for the final wild card. Yankees and Red Sox are pretty comfortable in their lead. But you've got 5 teams that are just nip and tuck in the American League. Every night there's a new leader. First pitch is right there for a strike to Ozzie Albies. It's 0-1. The 0-1 in the dirt. 1-1. Ober at 75 pitches. If they could make him work here, he may be out in this inning. Wouldn't take that big of an inning to get that. The 1-1 pitch swing, that won't get it done. Lazy fly ball to center field and 2 down. But if you're looking at the Minnesota side of this, wondering what they're playing for at this time of the year. As far as the Central Division is concerned in the American League, Minnesota's sitting 6 back. Them and Detroit and Cleveland are all looking up at the White Sox. So they're really focusing on, if you're being realistic, on the wild card. First pitch to the Yaz is down below the knees for a ball. It's 1-0. In the wild card of the American League, it is, you talk about 6 wide into the corner. The 1-0 pitch. Swing. 1 hopper over to first, and that'll end the inning. So a very quick inning, played right into Ober in the Twins' hands. Braves swinging early and often. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country. Bottom of the 4th we go.
In 1970, the Cardinals signed a catcher out of high school named Randy Poffo. He played in the minors for the Cardinals and the Reds for 4 years before quitting baseball. He instead pursued professional wrestling, where he became the legendary Macho Man Randy Savage.
I can tell you my grandma had 4 babies at once.
4 at once?
Yeah, they called them quadruplets. Yeah, and the doctor come up there to deliver the babies, and he had my grandpappy holding the lantern, and he said, "Here come the baby," and the baby come out, and then he held up the lantern. He said, "Hold up that lantern again. I think there's another." Sure enough, another baby come out. He said, "Hold that lantern up." I said, "I think there's another." And Grandpappy held it up, and here comes another. The 4th baby started to come. He said, "Hold that lantern up." Grandpappy said, "No, I think it's the light that's attracting them."
I'm a Sagittarius, which probably tells you way more than you need to know.
Yes, it tells us that you participate in the mass cultural delusion that the sun's apparent position relative to arbitrarily defined constellations at the time of your birth somehow affects your personality.
Albert Goodwill Spaulding, the sporting goods king, could look back on a long career in baseball. First as a superb pitcher, then as a ruthless club owner, finally as the man who had made the game big business. But he still had one more service to perform. He was determined to prove that baseball was an exclusively American invention, the brainchild of some ingenious American lad. He appointed a commission to prove it, but 2 years of research turned up almost nothing. Then, in 1905, a letter arrived from a frail old man who claimed that General Abner Doubleday had invented baseball as a boy in Cooperstown, New York, one afternoon in 1839. It wasn't true, but it was just what Spaulding had been looking. It proved, he said, that baseball truly was the national game, played by Americans, watched by Americans, now invented by an American.
Welcome back. First pitch down and in to Kalen Culpepper. He's 0 for 1 on the day. Misses for a ball. It's 1-0. Lefty-righty matchup. The 1-0 pitch. Swing chops it off his instep. 1-1. Curious what y'all's 4-man rotation would be if the postseason was tomorrow. Knowing what you know, knowing that A.J. Smith-Shawver is healthy. You can't count on Schwellenbach. This is the 1-1 pitch. Swing chops it off the plate. 1-2. And for that matter, I wouldn't be able to. I can't give you Herson Waldrop either, even though he's starting to throw again. Maybe they're in the bullpen mix, but we'll toss that aside. But obviously you're going to have Sale in there, and it's looking more and more like Tyler Molly's going to be your number 2. With the 1-2 pitch right there at the knees. Caught looking strike 3. Backwards K if you're scoring at home. 1 down. Charlie's going with AJ and Elder as the other 2. I don't think there's a wrong answer at this point, because we still have a long way to go, but I'm just curious to see what y'all think, because big truck. Pitch Sale until his arm falls off. Sale. Molly and Sale and pray for rain. Lefty-righty, lefty-lefty matchup. First pitch is off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. Swing, lifts it out to center field. That's down for a base hit. And it's a 1-out single for the Twinkies. Because it's not saying that you can't put some of these other guys like a Martin Perez in the bullpen, right? It's not saying that a Raylo couldn't be used out of the bullpen, a Grant Holmes. We're not saying leaving him off the roster. It's saying, who do you start? I think AJ, honestly, with this stuff, is the first pitch is right there at the knees. It's 0-1. So if it's a 5-man rotation, excuse me, a five-game series, let's just assume Atlanta's going to hold on to win the division. And you're not going to be in the 3-game series in the wild card round. As the 0-1 pitch, swing, lifts it high and deep into center field. Underneath it is Harris, 2 down. Now they're going to have to play better baseball. They cannot just assume that the Dodgers or the Brewers' wheels are going to fall off. They got to play right there with them, and they're not doing it right now this week, but we all know the ebbs and flows of baseball. But if you go to a 3-game series, and let's just say that game 1 doesn't go your way and you've already used Sale, that's why I've been saying all along, I think Sale would be my number 2 pitcher in a 3-game series. First pitch on the way, swing and a miss. It's 0-1. And the only reason why I say that is game 2 is so important in a 3-game series. Because if you lose game 1, you got to have game 2, obviously, or you go home. But if you win game 1, you can close the door and get ready for the next. It's a stopper that you put out there, which would leave, who do you start? Do you start Molly? Or do you save him in case the series is on the line in game 3? The 0-1 count, inside, high and inside, 1-1. Phillies lead the Marlins 5-4 in the 8th. And what if you run into a Philadelphia Philly team as the 1-1 pitch? Curveball in the dirt, 2-1. You know you're going to get Wheeler and Christopher Sanchez in all likelihood those first 2 games, unless they're just trying to chase it down at the end. And I seriously doubt the Phillies. If the Phillies get punch their ticket to the playoffs, is the 2-1 pitch outside wide. Ball 3-1. And they go to that final weekend, they are not going to chase a home field, because you don't want to start Tuesday after the season ends on Sunday. There's a 3-1 pitch, curveball right there at the knees. It's a full count. It means the runner will be on the go. But you don't want to chase it down, and then Tuesday, Wednesday, you're throwing Andrew Painter out there. Full count. Buxton, who's 0 for 1 on the night, Georgia native, brings it, swing, rips it into left field off the glove of a diving Jim Jarvis, and they'll have runners on the corners with 2 outs. Runner was on the move with the 3-2 count. Roden is at third now. And that'll bring Ryan Jeffers, the number 3 hitter, to the plate. Just off his glove. off the top of the webbing as he was leaping. But another hard hit ball by Minnesota. That's the 8th hit of the night given up by Martin Perez, and here comes Jeffers. Josh Bell stands on deck. Jeffers is 0 for 1 with the walk. Lefty, righty, first pitch high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. And with them not having that day off like they should have had on Thursday, this coming Thursday, because of the makeup rain out that we have to stop into Chicago, you know how the Braves do this is the 1-0 right there on the outer edge. Called for a wide strike. It's 1-1. They will punt a game or two if they've got a big lead in the division. They won't do it intentionally, but they're not going to, as they say, chase a win. The 1-1 in the dirt, 2-1. It drove you more crazy last year when we had to chase people down, and they would say, well, we're just not going to chase a win. Like, dude, we're 8 games out. What are you talking about? We're not going to chase a win. This year it's a little different, but it drives you nuts as a fan to watch it. The 2-1 count, swing, lifted, high into right field. That should be playable. Underneath it is the Yaz. He'll make the grab, and that'll end the inning. We go to the the top of the 5th here in Braves country, trailing 4-0.
At the tone, leave your name and message. I'll get back to you.
Just a drink. A martini, shaken, not stirred.
Hell are you doing? I told you we weren't getting involved.
You got us involved when you brought us here.
Where are you from? What's your real name? What was it before you changed it?
Giuseppe?
That's all you need, one thieving wop on the team.
It's much better than you stinking Irish.
Oh, I like him.
Just a drink. He can play.
He can't throw.
He can't throw and he can't field. Why do you like him?
He gets on base.
You want answers! I want the truth!
He gets on base, so do I care if it's a walk or a hit?
You do not.
I do not. Just a drink.
What draws my admiration? What is that which gives me joy?
Just a drink.
Baseball. A man stands alone at a plate. This is the time for individual achievement. But in the field, part of a team. Part of one big team. Sunny day, stands full of fans. What does he have to say?
Just a drink.
I get nowhere unless the team wins.
The day may come when the courage of men fail, but it is not this day.
Just a drink.
Yippee-ki-yay, mother.
Forget it, he's rolling.
I think he'll ever get out of here.
One day, when I got a long white beard and 2 or 3 marbles rolling around upstairs.
Get busy living, get busy dying.
Just a drink.
Do you really want to get him? What are you prepared to do? If you open the ball on these people, you must be prepared to go all the way. Here's how you get him. He pulls a knife, you pull a gun. He sends one of yours to the hospital, you send one of his to the morgue. That's the Chicago way.
Just a drink.
The Lord hates a coward. Do you know what a blood oath is? Yes. Good, because you just took one.
Just a drink.
Go ahead, make my day.
You can't handle the truth.
Did it ever occur to you I just might go tapioca and throw you out of one of the windows?
Just a drink.
Perfect.
Shaken, not stirred.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Welcome back. First pitch on the way to Austin Riley is a 4-seamer upstairs, just misses high. It's 1-0. 4-0 your score. Braves trail the 1-0 pitch right there at the knees. 1-1. If you're just joining us, all the damage was done in the first inning where Martin Perez could not find the strike zone. They scored 4 runs before we ever got an out as the 1-1. Swing and a miss, it's 1-2. 1-2 count. Riley struck out his first time up. Staring down the barrel of that now. The 1-2 pitch. Swing! Fouls it away. Same 2 teams back at tomorrow, whether you like it or not. 7:40 first pitch. It will be Tyler Mahle on the mound. You expect a better outing. Is the 1-2 down and away. Good take on that sweeper off the edge, 2-2. Chris Sale pitches Wednesday, so we still very easily, no matter what happens here, we can win this series. The 2-2 pitch, swing. Hard hit on the ground. That's through the hole, through the 5-6 hole, and that's out to left field, and it's a leadoff single for Austin Riley and your Atlanta Braves.
You're my boy, Blue! Blue, you're my boy!
Jim Jarvis, the batter, batting .221 on the year with 1 home run. First pitch, out and away, changeup misses. It's 1. And home plate umpire Bruce Dregman, he motioned like he wanted to call that a strike and then he thought better of it. I guarantee if there's not an ABS challenge system, he's doing it. The 1-0 pitch, swing, lifted into center field. That'll be a lazy fly ball out. F8 and 1 away. Jim Jarvis, the shine is off that apple. Everybody was gung-ho about him, and we got to get rid of Hassan Kim. He's terrible. Jim Jarvis is batting 100 in the month of August before that at bat. Righty-lefty matchup. Drake Baldwin, the batter. First pitch, it just misses outside, they say. 1-0, did appear to clip the zone. He batted .279 in July, but remember, there wasn't a book on him. He just came up. 1-0. It's always the growing pains for a youngster in the major leagues. Is the 1-0 right there. Outer edge, 1-1. Not by much, Rich. Not by much. You're talking about one base hit. 1-1 count. Swing, chops it off his foot. 1-2. Rich is saying that because the guy went to Alabama. He's going to die on that hill. The 1-2 count. Phillies lead 6-4 in the 9th against Miami. Miami is batting. So we'll keep you up to date there. The 1-2. Outside wide, 2-2. I mean, honest engine, it feels more like what they should be doing is having Dubon play short and figure out the outfield. 2-2 pitch, swing. Hammer down the right field line. That is a base hit. That ball's going to get down where the green grass grows. Riley and Baldwin will grab 2 bags. It's a 1-out double for the Drake.
You don't like the Drake?
I love the Drake.
How could you not like the Drake?
Who's the Drake?
The Drake is good.
Drake is good. Warming up in the pen is the southpaw Taylor Rogers. So this could be the last batter, Ronald Acuna Jr., with Olsen standing on deck. Runners at second and third, 1 out. Acuna standing at the plate. Here we go. Second and third, 1 out. I feel like I said it wrongly. First pitch misses upstairs, high for a ball. It's 1-0. Braves trail by 4, but a single here. A well-placed single would cut the lead in half. The infield is back into the left. Inside the 1-0. Misses, spins him around. Ball 2-0. 92nd pitch for Ober, so you can bet your bottom dollar the tough left-hander, Rogers, is going to come in to face Matt Olson. Sometimes you wonder if these guys do that to get him off his game mentally more than anything else. The 2-0 pitch. Upstairs, just touches the top of the zone. 2-1. 2-1 count. Pitch on the way. Swing. That ball's knocked down the left field line. That's going to score 1 run. Here comes the throw to the infield. That's going to score 2 runs. And Ronald Acuna Jr. cuts the lead in half with a 2 RBI double.
Bravo! Bravo!
That's going to be it for Ober. Trailing by just 2 now. Don't go anywhere. The tying run's coming to the plate, and you may have heard of the guy. His name is Matt Olson. We'll be back in a flash. Welcome back. Lefty-lefty matchup. First pitch inside. Whistles Matt Olson backwards. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Minnesota 4, Braves 2. Runner at first. 1 out. The 1-0 pitch. Check, swing, sweeper, 1-1. The 1-1 count. Swing, lifted. High and deep into center field, but just got underneath it. You knew at the moment Matt Olson reacted, hanging his head, he knew he just got it off the end of the bat. It'll be an F8 in your scorecard, 2 down. The swing looked good, but as soon as it hit the end of the bat, you could tell he just popped underneath it. So that'll bring Harris to the plate, lefty-lefty. Harris 1 for 2 with the single here. Maybe he can tie it up. First pitch, outside wide, 1-0. If he can keep the line moving, Dubon stands on deck, Ozzie in the hole, but there are 2 outs. That's the bad news. The good news is the Braves have cut this lead to just a 2-run game. Philadelphia has won, The 1-0 fouls away. 1-1. In case you missed that in the chat during the break on the screen. So their magic number still sits at 31. 7.5 up, and they would have to win to keep it at 7.5, but also drop their, is the 1-1 pitch, swing. Golfs that one down the left field line, giving chase into left field foul territory. He's going to run out of room off the net. Roden was given a pretty good chase, but ran out of that room, and it's 1-2. If the Braves can win, the magic number goes to 30, and their lead stays the same. If not, we'll lose a game in the standings, and it will remain at 31. One, two. Up top, misses high. 2-2. A 2-2 count. Turns and kicks. Just off the plate. Man, was that a good eye there by Michael. That had to have been tempting to get that one. That was maybe an inch off the plate. Very close. Full count, which means the runner will be on the move. And here's the payoff pitch. Swing. Punches it back foul. We'll do it again. Max Fried has gone to the IL for the New York Yankees. If you haven't seen that. Bone bruise in his elbow. Man, that guy's been on the IL quite a bit this year. I wonder if they'll get him back in time for October. Only 6 weeks away, 5 weeks away now. The payoff pitch, swing, pops it up, back out of play. As Acuna retreats back to first. He was well around the bags. As he swung that bat, you could see Acuna's head pop underneath the screen. He was past second base. He was cooking. Oh, they're not holding him on at all. The payoff pitch. Swing! That ball's hit high and deep into right field. Get over his head. Making the running catch is Keelsaw, and that'll end the inning. But not before your Atlanta Braves put 2 on the board. That was a hard hit ball, but the defense was right there to make the play. We go to the bottom of the 5th, trailing by 2.
When people say they don't like me, I put on glasses
To see if
I give a and I know.
So Dale Murphy bats. He ripped a double to right center his first time. 2-1 Atlanta in the 3rd inning. Deep right field for Murphy. Strawberry has gone as far as he can go, and it's out of here. Dale Murphy.
Murphy at first. Murphy drives it. Deep left field. You can kiss this one goodbye. How far will it go? Murphy is at 2 today. 11-1 now, and there won't be 37,000 fans here when this inning is over.
Why do you call petrol gas when it is literally a liquid?
So you don't like us calling petrol gas, huh? Remind me again, what do you guys call cigarettes?
Wait, in the Brits' defense, yeah? I've got nothing. In America, you would say, I'm going to smoke a cigarette. If, what we would say in the UK, I'm going to smoke, if you said that in America, woo! Chill out, America.
There were a lot of people in baseball who believed that Sandy Koufax would never be a major league pitcher. He had no control his first few years in the major leagues. He was getting nowhere at all. He was walking more people than he was striking out. And then suddenly, he found it. And when he found it, there was a period that ran from 1961 through 1966 in which he was good as any pitcher in baseball history.
It's an unfair contest after they've been up bad against him. And I remember more than once a batter being up there and looking at that terrific fastball, which always seemed to come up as it crossed the plate, and then shooting a lookout to say, what was that? It was as if he'd thrown an Easter egg past him or something like that. It was something different. The game had been altered. And then he had that devastating curve. So the combination of those two, the batters felt absolutely helpless. And he was beautiful to watch because he bent his back in a way that other pitchers didn't. They had this enormous long hands and long arms. And there was a bow and arrow feeling about the way that he used his body.
Welcome back. Braves trail by 2 now, and Martin Perez is going to go back out there for another inning of work. First pitch misses off the plate. It's 1-0. Lefty-righty matchup, the 1-0 pitch. Cutter drifts inside. 2-0. The 2-0 pitch. Sinker below the knees. Ball 3-0. 3-0 count. Swing chopper on the ground. Riley's got to hustle. Bare hands it, could not come up with it. And it'll be an infield single. Josh Bell doesn't get many of those, one of the slowest runners in baseball. But they had Riley playing back with his feet darn near on the grass once again. I think Riley actually had time with him running, looking at that replay from the far back on the Minnesota cast. I think if he scoops it with his glove, he probably still gets Bell. I know what he's thinking. You're that far away, you're going to have to barehand it, but Bell is slow. Royce Lewis, the batter. Infield will be at double play mode, back into the left. First pitch on the way is right there at the knees. It's 0-1. Ozzie cheating towards second. Banderas warming up again in the pen for the Braves. The 0-1. Changeup misses, 1-1. 1-1 count. 4-2 your score. Dixon fires, swing. And that's a line drive out right into the glove of Jarvis. He had to just take a couple of steps to his left, and there's 2 down. Things for sure, he's got a glove. But those youngsters, they're going to have these tough stretches offensively. Lefty-lefty matchup. First pitch swinging. Olson's got it, fires it to first. Jarvis makes the catch, but no real chance of getting the double play. So it'll be, if you're scoring at home, it's a 3-6 putout. Olson and Jarvis. Clemens easily beating that out for the fielder's choice. So Bell will head back to the bench. Runner at first and 2 outs now. Lefty-righty matchup. First pitch swinging by Lee is banged down the line foul. It's 0-1. So one thing you have to give Martin Perez credit for, he was terrible in the first inning, and he wouldn't tell you any different. So it's not like I'm bashing the guy. But he has hung in here and has given you almost 5 innings. If he can get one more out, as the 0-1 pitch, swing, fouls it back, it's 0-2. And that may be something that saves the bullpen on this ridiculous 3 games at home, and then you go out on the road. And remember, we go to Minnesota for 3. We stop off in Chicago on Thursday afternoon. Then we jump to Milwaukee for Friday and Saturday afternoon games, and then head to Pennsylvania on Sunday night. The 0-2, swing and a miss, strike 3, and that'll end the inning. Strikeout number 3 for Martin Perez, and he's only at 82 pitches. They may run him back out there again. We'll be back at a flash.
My wife accused me of stealing her thesaurus. Not only was I shocked, I was appalled, aghast, and dismayed.
Things that I'm no longer interested in. Number 1, driving at night. Number 2, driving in winter. Number 3, getting on a scale. I don't like that anymore. And number 4, arguing with idiots. Number 5, being fashionable. Number 6, going to the gym. No use going to the gym anymore. I don't really care. Number 7, kale. Who likes kale? Number 8, wearing clothes that don't stretch. I need it. Number 9, counting carbs. And number 10, caring about what other people think of me.
Say something, a comment about the ref. Is it 20,000? It's a lot of money, so I should not do it. I save my money, I gotta pay for diapers.
Crazy stats. Hank Aaron wore number 44 in 20 of his 21 seasons with the Braves. In the first season after his death, the Braves won 44 games before the All-Star break, 44 games after the All-Star break, and then won the World Series in the 44th week of the year.
We need Doubleday because as a culture we have to have origin myths. Now, baseball has no point of origin. It evolved. We know that. So they set up a commission, and they ginned up this absurd story about Abner Doubleday, who, as one writer said, probably didn't know a baseball from a kumquat, but he did fire the first responsive Union volley at Fort Sumter, and he did briefly command the troops at Gettysburg. So to have an American hero as the originator of the game seemed very appropriate indeed. It's total mythology. In fact, there is no single point of origin. Let's not try to find a starting place for baseball. Let's consider it to be the Darwinian product of centuries of movement of people and continents and oceans, and something rising from the sea and then turning eventually after years of evolution into Barry Bonds.
Welcome back, Braves country. And those of y'all who are not fortunate enough to be Atlanta Braves fans, 4-2 your score. The Twins lead the Braves. We go to the top of the 6th, and Mauricio Dubon to face Travis Adams. Righty, first pitch off the plate, out and away. It's 1-0. Travis Adams, 26-year-old, the 1-0 pitch. Right there on the outer edge, 1-1. We have not seen him before. 6'1", 197-pounder. Out of Palm Springs, California. Went to college at Sacramento State, the 1-1 high and out of the zone. 2-1. Two-one count. He's thrown 38 innings, this year in a 5.92 ERA. The 2-1 pitch swing, fouls it away. Of course, they have the advantage because we haven't seen these guys, but you see what I mean when I say that the Twins bullpen has struggled this year. So this game is not out of reach by any stretch of the imagination. The 2-2 count. Check swing. Did he go around? He did, strike 3. Chase another bender off the plate, and there's one away. Welcome in, Dexter. Ozzie Albies will be the batter from the left side of the plate. Switch hitter, open stance. First pitch, righty-lefty. Cutter. Way outside the zone, 92 miles an hour. It's 1-0. 1-0. Swing, chops the cutter off the plate and foul towards the first base dugout. 1-1. 1-1 count. Yeah, standing on deck. Still a long way to go in this one. The Braves trail by only 2 now if you stepped away. The 1-1 pitch, swing, punches it foul. Do it again. The 1-2. Upstairs, caught looking, strike 3. Punch him out the top corner. Ozzie doesn't like the call. It's pretty close. Both teams, both of their challenges left. He probably doesn't get that one, but it's really close. I haven't seen the replay on the pitch cast yet. Looks like it just hit the zone. Because that's not always 100% in line with the ABS computer. First pitch is right there for a strike upstairs. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Swing. Lifted. Into left center field. Going over, making the running catch is Buxton. And that'll end the inning. We'll go to the bottom of the sixth, trailing by 2. Game 1 of a 3-game set here in the Twin Cities.
My wife asked if I've seen the dog bowl. I said I never knew he did.
So I just got fired from my job, and I don't even know why, because I only no-call, no-showed one time. I mean, I was late every single day, and I called in today and yesterday, but, like, that is so unnecessary.
In the early days of baseball, some hitters would choose to use a flat bat. Batters felt that utilizing a flat bat allowed them to bunt easier. But Rule 1.10a was instituted stating the bat shall be a smooth, round stick.
Oh, son of a gun. You thought I was going to say son of a bitch, didn't you?
Yesterday I couldn't figure out if someone was waving at me or the person behind me. In other news, I lost my lifeguard job.
During the first decade of the 20th century, Americans sought to solve their country's problems by organizing everything. They formed children's aid societies, consumer associations, municipal reform leagues, and baseball teams. They played for the Reading Alerts, Utica Pentups, Binghamton Bingos, Scranton Choctaws, Hagerstown Antietam,s and New Jersey McClellans, the Laredo Apaches, Union City Greyhounds, Cincinnati Porkers, Evansville River Rats, and Iola Gas Bag. They played for the Greenville, Mississippi Buckshots, Troy Collar and Cuff Makers, Providence Clam Diggers, Terre Haute Hottentots, Des Moines Undertakers, Lebanon Pretzel Eaters, Yakima Pippin, Bangor Bangers, and the Hartford Wideawakes. So eager to play, they got up at dawn to get in a game before they went to work.
You're listening to Braves Country Radio. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com/@Braves Country.
Good night, Jimbo.
Welcome back. We head to the bottom of the sixth, trailing by 2. And Victor Medeiros will come on for Martin Perez, so his day is done. Martin Perez, 5 innings, 4 runs, 9 hits allowed, 8 of them in that first inning, 2 walks, first 2 innings, and 3 strikeouts. After that first inning, he settled down, but he put us behind the 8 ball as the 1-0 upstairs sinker, 1-1. Of course, Medeiros coming on much different look than what the Twins have gotten all night. Fireballer from the right side as opposed to the southpaw Perez. He's a control pitcher. The once swing and a miss, 1 and 2. One, 2 count. Brings it. Swing lifted. High and deep into center field. Going back. Near the warning track. Making the catch is Money Mike for out number 1. 75% of this great world is covered by water. The rest by Michael the Hawk Harris. And that'll bring Roden to the plate. Left fielder, number 9 hitter, righty-lefty. First pitch swinging, and he hammers it over to first. And Matt Olson will step on the pillow and quickly 2 down. Hard hit ball, but an atom ball. So back to the top of the order, and Keyshaw, the batter, first pitch. Squares up top at the cutter. They call it a ball. It's 1-0. Looked like it hit the zone. 1-0. Keyshaw, 2 for 3 on the day with a double and a single. The 1-0 pitch. Swing, fouls it back. 1-1. I mean, you got to figure the Braves have the advantage the next 2 days with Zebby Matthews versus Molly, although Zebby has had some good outings. He's not a total wash. And then Chris Sale on the mound on Wednesday is the 1-1 pitch. Swing, chops and foul, 1-2. Taj Bradley will be the man on the mound, the former Tampa Bay Ray, on Wednesday. Then the Braves head to the White Sox for a quick stop-in and get you 9 innings in on Thursday. That's a 2:10 start. 4-day games in a row starting Wednesday. The 1-2. Swing. Corkscrews it foul. We'll do it again. 1:40 on Wednesday. These are all first pitches. We'll come on the air about a quarter after the hour or a quarter before, depending on the time. 2:10 on Thursday, 4:10 on Friday, and 2:10 on Saturday. 1-2 swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him up top, and that'll end the inning. They go down 1, 2, 3. We'll grab the sticks when we return here in Braves country.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Hall of Famer Larry Walker was a big fan of the number 3. He wore the number 33 for his entire career. His first contract with the Expos was $3 million, and the most stolen bases he had in a season was 33. He also got married on November 3rd at 3:33 p.m. His career batting average with the Rockies was .333, and he was the 333rd member of the Hall of Fame.
The final weeks of the 1908 National League season saw a fierce struggle between the Chicago Cubs and their arch rivals, the New York Giants. With the pennant on the line, they met at the Polo Grounds on September 23rd. In the bottom of the 9th, there were 2 outs and 2 men on for the Giants, with the score tied 1-1. Giant pinch hitter Moose McCormick was on third, representing the winning run. Fred Merkle was the runner on first. Al Bridwell, the Giant shortstop, was up to bat. He lined the very first pitch past Cubs second baseman Johnny Evers into center field for a clean single. Moose McCormick lumbered home. The Giants had won the game and most likely the pennant.
Trying to explain the Merkle boner in 25 words or less is like trying to explain relativity to kindergartners. It's a force out, and under the rules of baseball, and this had happened in a game umpired by the same umpire 3 weeks earlier, so Evers knew where he stood. Under the rules of baseball, the play was not completed so long as there was a force out possible, and when the force out concluded, the run that scored didn't count. It ended up determining who won the pennant that year. It also ended up leaving poor Fred Merkle with this eponym created to embarrass and humiliate him and his ghostly presence even to this day.
Welcome back. Atlanta Braves only trailing 4-2 now as we go to the top half of the 7th inning. The first pitch to Austin Riley is right down the pipe for a strike. It's 0-1. They go 1. Swing, lifted down the right field line. Get down, get fair. That ball's going to jump over the wall like they had earlier. And it's going to be a grounds rule double by Austin Riley. And did they say that was foul? They pivoted away. Oh, it just missed the line. I thought it kicked chalk. They just are now showing the replay. Man, oh man. By about an inch, and he was heading to second, so I just assumed that they had given it to him. No, scratch that. The 0-2 count. As Riley gets back to the dish. Adams goes back to work. The pitch on the way. Swing and a miss, strike 3. You knew that was coming. 1 down. He got lucky enough to get that one down the line. You knew he was swinging at the next thing that came anywhere close to the plate. Jim Jarvis, the batter, first pitch swinging, dribbles it back to the pitcher. 1 pitch, 1 out. There you go, 2 down. Two quick outs here in the 7th. Back to the top of the order. Bloop and a blast would tie this. Here comes Drake Baldwin. I think old Jarvis is going to get the pine tomorrow. It's just really tough for a kid to learn on the fly in the major leagues. It just is. He's doing the best he can. But first pitch on the way is in the dirt. Slider. It's 1-0. And he's on a team that's fighting for something. He's not on a team that's. It's a totally different story if this is last year. You just let him fight through the struggles. The 1-0. Right there at the knees. 1-1. 1-1 count. Brings it. Swing, slices it towards left field, and that'll end the inning. We'll go to the bottom of the 7th. A really quick 1, 2, 3. We go to the bottom of the 7th, trailing by 2 here in Braves country. Tyler Kinley coming on. 4.07 ERA. Trying to keep it right here. 4-2 your score. Bottom of the 7th. Braves still have 2 innings to climb back into this one. First pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. Good slider there by Kinley. It's 0-1. We're talking about the, before I get to that, you go back to that first inning for the Braves, the 0-1 in the pit, 0-1 in the dirt, 1-1. And yes, he didn't have a good first inning, Perez. I get that. He didn't have his spots. Sometimes the pitcher just sucks. There's no other word for it. He's just not having a good night. But you go back to that first inning, the top of the first inning, where the Braves had a golden opportunity to at least get one run. You're talking about a totally different ball game. The 1-1 pitch. Woo-wee! Get some! Threw a sinker in there on Byron Buxton. Got him in the side. He appears to be okay. Oh, it hit him in the wallet. He should be all right. I thought it got him in the ribs at first. He just got out of the way. It hit him just above the wallet on the side and below the back. He is rubbing that area. He is. If anybody knows anything about Byron Buxton, he lives on the IL. So Twins fans can't be happy about this. Definitely wasn't anything intentional. It was 1-1 count. And Kenley's not the guy you send to send any kind of message if there was a message to be sent. But that was just one of those ones that slipped. They did have that one that they threw inside to Acuna, but I seriously doubt those are related. And other than 1991, how could you have any bad blood between these two teams, right? Righty-righty matchup. Jeffers the batter. Outside wide. 1-0. I'm sure a lot of folks tuning in tonight weren't even alive then. And nobody on the field would have been. Not playing the game. The 1-0 pitch. Swing. Pops up. Jeffers should be down on an easy fly out. Here comes Dubon. He'll make the grab, and there's one away. Appreciate everybody spending your Monday night here in Braves Country. We got Braves Country baseball for you tomorrow night. 7:15. We come on the air, 7:40. Tyler Molly night. We'll be going up against Zeb Matthews. And then Bradley versus Chris Sale on Wednesday. And as of right now, they've got Holmes going on the hill on Thursday. But I got to see that to believe it, because is the curveball swing and a miss. It's 0-1. A.J. Smith-Shawver, that's right about where he would pitch. And they bring him into the bullpen and have Holmes started off. I can see that. I just think it's a terrible idea. They should do it the other way around. The 0-1 pitch, check swing, curveball in the dirt. Did he go around? He did not. 1-1. Good to see you, Randy. One count. I mean, you could always push back everybody and give everyone a day off would be the other thing with A.J. Smith-Shawver. That's the other obvious spot. 1-1 off the plate to him. I guarantee that would have happened if Snicker was at the helm. He did not like anybody pitching on Normal West ever. He could do it. He'd run Jorge Mateo out there for a few innings to open a game. The 2-1 pitch, high and out of the zone, 3-1. Your goal for this week on a 7-game road trip against 3 teams that are fighting for the postseason is to just not have a disaster. If you can go out, look, you'd love 5-2, right? But if you can go out 3-4 or better, you'll take it all day long. The 3-1 outside wide. Ball 4, and Kenley puts another free pass on the base, and here we go. Runners on first and second, 1 out. Ooh. Showing a replay on Sunday where Keyshaw got hit in the head. I forgot about that. I saw the highlight, but I forgot about that. Against the, I guess it was against the Phillies. I think it was this past Sunday. Righty, first pitch slider. Up, stop for a strike. It's 0-1. That's how they presented it on the screen. They said Sunday, so assuming they're not talking about yesterday. I mean, not talking about 8 days ago. The 0-1 count. Well outside wide, 1-1. Braves trail by 2. Runners on first and second. 1 out. Double play. Depth. The 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. 1-2. Cody Clemens standing on deck. The 1-2 pitch. Swing. Out of play. Still playing back for the double play. The 1-2. Fouls it down the line. Looks like Ray Kerr is warming up in the pen. The left-hander. We haven't seen him in a couple of years since the injury. Pitch misses high and out of the zone. Pitch down and away. Lewis at the plate. Runners at first and second. One down, so runners will not be on the move with the full count. The payoff pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 2 down. Y'all's video must have fallen behind. It's confused the hell out of me, but it must have spun or something during one of the breaks. I'm going to try to bring it back up to speed. I kept looking down. I was like, I don't know where y'all are in the grand scheme of things. So they're going to the bullpen after that strikeout. I'm going to try to change this screen while we do that. Runners at first and second, 2 outs. And Ray Kerr coming out of the pen when we return. Ray Kerr is coming on, so I'm going to try to sync this up as we go. I think what happened is when they during the 7th inning stretch when you don't see the screen and I don't see the screen. It must have bugged out and gotten far behind. And I was trying to link it up, and I was like, where? So anyways, I think y'all were several pitches behind, and I was trying to pause, and I finally realized it wasn't just half a pitch or so like it does sometimes at the break. Lefty-lefty matchup. First pitch on the way. Swing, and that ball's going to get bounced over to first, and it's going to be a 4-3 putout, and that'll end the inning. That did not help me sync that up. We'll be back in a flash here in Braves country.
106 miles from Chicago. We've got a full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It's dark, and we're wearing sunglasses. Hit it.
I have come here to chew bubblegum and kick ass. And I'm all out of bubblegum.
It's happy hour.
When wins become losses and losses become wins.
You guys going to happy hour? I'll come for a couple. Just a couple, though. Not like last time.
I need a drink.
When buying a beer, buying only one beer can cause a misalignment in your spine due to the uneven weight distribution. This can cause unnecessary back pain and potential spine issues. To prevent this, carry 2 beers, ensuring your body is balanced and proper health maintained.
Afternoon, everybody.
Put my pants on, one leg at a time.
Does Barry Manilow know that you raid his wardrobe?
Guess what? I got a fever, and the only prescription.
Ladies and gentlemen, we interrupt our program of dance music to bring you a special bulletin from the Intercontinental Radio News.
You're in Braves country.
Everybody drink a beer.
They're making it laws where you can't drink when you want to.
The states!
Pretty soon we're going to become this country.
This is total BS!
Oh, yeah. For me and the Lord, you gotta understand it. We're on a mission from God.
I'm on the radio every day!
If you want to stop me, you're going to have to kill me!
And you, music lover, you're next.
You're so drunk you can't hit nothing. In fact, you're probably seeing double.
I have 2 guns, one for each of you.
Welcome back. Ronald Acuna Jr., the batter, righty-righty matchup. And the first pitch on the way is down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. Jeff Hoffman, who came over from the Blue Jays at the deadline, on the hill. The 1-0 pitch. Kicks and fires. Right there at the knees, 1-1. So he definitely helped with the depth of this bullpen. You still have issues when you get in the earlier part. Once you get to the back, they're pretty good. The 1-1. The Braves only trail by a loop and a blast as the 1-1 swings at a slider. My God, that thing wasn't even in the state of Minnesota. Terrible pitch and a worse swing, 1-2. One-two count. He was much more disciplined last year. The 1-2 pitch. Down and away, 2-2. I guess really going back to a few years ago, but it's like he's early pitch swinging, and if he doesn't get that, it ends up being a bad at bat. The 2-2. Upstairs, caught looking, strike 3. Sit down, Joe. One away. Backwards K. Swung at that pitch that was easily 3 feet off the plate and then takes the one right down the gut. Matt Olson, the batter. MVP candidate of the National League. Righty-lefty matchup. Harris on deck. Dubon in the hole. First pitch. Check swing. Did he go around? He did not. It's 1-0. There it goes. There's the 1-0 pitch. Swing, rips it down the first base line, and that is a fair ball. It's going to bounce off the wall, and Olsen has time. He's going to haul into second base, a head-first slide, and he is safe. And it is a one-out double for Matt Olsen.
This is not watered down. This is Ice House.
Reloaded that. I thought we had the
Ice House. Smooth
thought
as it
we had it
gets.
back up, and I guess it got jammed, so I do apologize. I missed that first at bat. But we are back to it being synced up. Matt Olsen just got in there in time and made a good job of hugging that bag. So the tying run comes to the plate in Harris, and Olsen is 2 bases away from making this a 1-run game. Righty-lefty matchup. The first pitch on the way. Outside wide. Misses for a ball. It's 1-0. Twins 4, Braves 2. Top of the 8th. 1-0. Swing. Rolls it on the ground and backhanded at second base. Good defensive play. Harris had a pretty hard hit ball over there, but he'll be down with these after Clemens gets the ball, and it's a 4-3 put out, 2 down. Olsen does move it over to third, but with 2 outs, you're going to need a base hit to bring him home. That saved a run for sure. Good play by Cody Clemens. The Rocketson. Righty-righty matchup. Dubon, the batter. First pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. Slider stepping out of the box, heading towards the third base side. It's 0-1. The 0-1. In the dirt, 1-1. That ball was bad, wild pitch there. That ball almost got away. Good backhanded stab by Jeffers. That ball would have kicked away. Even Olsen would have scored on that one. That was a wild, wild throw. The 1-1. Swing. Knocks the slider back out of play, and Dubon's down to his last strike. Standing on deck, if he can keep the line moving, is Ozzie. Braves trail 4-2. They trailed 4-0 in the first, and they scored 2 in the fifth, and that's all we've had tonight, the 1-2 pitch after an hour rain delay. Slider in the dirt, 2-2. So 2-2 count. Dylan Dodd is warming up in the pen. Getting set for the 9th inning. Or 8th, bottom of the 8th, excuse me. The 2-2. Swing! Bangs it down the right field line. Fouling out of play. Man, I'll tell you what, I've noticed this earlier. I didn't say anything. This stadium's dead. They have no fan support here. And I know there was a rain delay, but there wasn't rain. I mean, this is... Heck, I'd be willing to bet. The 2-2 swing. Knocks it back foul. Seen a lot of Braves fans in here. I don't know, maybe 1,000 Twins fans are in. I mean, this is bad. This is Miami Marlins. It's kind of fitting that half the time their hat looks like the Miami Marlins hat, and they wear the M on top of it. They've got a Miami Marlins crowd in here. The 2-2. Down below the knees, 3-2. And this team is in the pennant race. This isn't a team. We're not visiting the Angels or the A's or the Royals. I mean, we're in Minnesota where they're a game behind in the wild card. Though it's a jumbled mess, they're still a game out. White Sox lead the Cubs 5-4 in the 8th. The payoff pitch. Check swing. Did he go around? He did not. Ball 4. They checked down the line, but he did not go, and how about that? That was a good at-bat by Dubon. A couple of times he almost went around and held up. And Doobie will head on down to first, and we'll have runners on the corners. With Ozzy
Pardon
coming to
me,
play.
would you have any...
But of course. One of life's finer pleasures.
Quick mound visit out there. Pete Mackey, the pitching coach. So Ozzy Albies coming to the plate. Hoffman. He was lights out last October for the Blue Jays. Toronto just had a rough go of it this year, and they're still hanging around. I mean, they're only a half game out in their own right. I was a little surprised when they sold. Righty-lefty matchup. First pitch to Ozzy's down and in. Misses for a ball. It's 1-0. Just a quick reminder, both teams have both of their challenges, and that one was really close. 1-0. Infield back into the right. The 1-0 pitch. Swing cranked down the right field line, but foul. Man, that had the distance. But it didn't have the right directions. Braves trail 4-2. 4 runs, 9 hits, no errors for Minnesota. 2 runs, 7 hits, no errors for the Braves. The 1-1 pitch off the end of the bat, and that'll be a lazy fly ball to left field. That's going to end the inning, and the Braves come up empty once again. We'll go to the bottom of the 8th, trailing by a bloop and a blast here in Minnesota.
I'll tell you, I've never actually told this story on anything, and I think this will be the greatest story I tell was, I got a chance to play with him a couple times. I was 22 years old, and it was incredible. I grew up my whole life watching this guy, and I'll never forget pulling into Isleworth the first time and seeing him on the range, and it was probably the most surreal moment of my life. I've been lucky enough. I've met President Bush, President Obama. I was not nearly as starstruck as I was when I met Tiger Woods for the first time. But what the coolest Bobby Cox story is, guys, is Bobby during spring training loved us to play golf, loved this. We were playing the Yankees at 1 o'clock on a day game, and I was 22 years old. I had been playing for 3 months as a starter. I was not going to go up to Bobby and be like, hey, I need the day off, right? But he comes out to stretch and goes, Smoltz said you had a chance to play with Tiger today. There was a 150 tee time. And I'm like, Bobby, I'm fine. I'm playing today. He goes, no, I'll make you a deal. He said, after your first at bat today, run through first base and kind of rub your ankle a little bit like you hurt your ankle. And he's like, in 2 days, we're going to Bradenton. You have to have 3 starters make a road trip.
Sure.
And he's like, I hate Bradenton's infield. I don't want to get any of the guys hurt. So if you go to Bradenton, I'll let you go play with Tiger today. So sure enough, man, we're playing the Yankees, 13,000 people in Orlando. I ground out the first at bat. I run through first and I start, rubbing my ankle. And, Bobby, he waddles out there with his cleats. And he checks on me. I run inside. I literally throw my golf clothes on. I didn't shower. I get to the golf course, and they're on the first fairway. So I hit my tee shot. We end up playing 27 holes. And about 4:30, my wife sends me a little thing that there was an update that said Frank Court day-to-day with a high ankle sprain. And I'm out there playing Isleworth with Tiger. So the best part is the next day, I didn't have to do anything. I came in, iced my ankle and all that.
Welcome back. Ray Kerr back on the bump, and he fires I guess he hit Lee. So just like that, Ray Kerr hits the batter, and there's 1 on, nobody out. They're checking to see if he actually hit him. It must have hit him in the foot. Man, that just skipped across his toe. If you're going to get hit by a pitch, that's how you want to get hit. I don't even know if that thing hit him. Honest tangent. They just showed a side view on the Minnesota cast. It looked like it might have missed his foot, but I don't think they would have gotten it overturned. Is the four-seam fastball misses outside wide. 1-0. So a 1-0 count.
We accept one of us. We accept one of us. Uber gobble. Uber gobble. Uber gobble.
Right there, 2-0.
We accept that one of us. We accept that one of us. Uber gobble, one of us. Uber gobble, one of us. Uber gobble. Shut up! Oh my God, I don't care!
The 2-0 count. Swing and a miss curveball. 2-1. That was a filthy curveball there by Kerr. Y'all remember he was, they were grooming him to be a starter when he got hurt. The 2-1 pitch, dropped it inside. Filthy curveball, 2-2. But he is the reason why they DFA'd Danny Young. I mean, the fact that Danny Young stunk is why he got DFA'd as they flip it over to first real quick.
We accept one of us. We accept one of us. Uber gobble. Uber gobble. Uber
Thank you.
gobble. One of us.
2-2 high and out of the zone. 3-2.
We accept that one of us.
So we got dueling banjos here. We got Iron Lung,
Oh my God, I don't care!
Rich 22, and Uncle Charlie here in a second. I'll hit yours up. Thank you for the channel support. You got a 3-2 count to Culpepper, the number 8 hitter. The infield is back into the left. And the payoff pitch. Swing, fouls it back. We'll do it again.
We accept one of us. We accept one of us. Uber gobble. Uber gobble. Uber gobble. One of us. We accept that one of us. We accept that one of us.
Payoff pitch. Swing. That ball smoked into left field. Down for a base hit. Dubon was doing his best to try to deke the runner, but that was way too obvious that ball was hammered. They've got runners on first and second, nobody out. Alan Roden. Man, could we use a triple play here? Lefty-lefty matchup. He's showing bunt. First pitch sinker inside on the hands. It's 1-0. It's the number 9 hitter in the order.
Oh my God, I don't care!
The number 9 hitter in the order. They're trying to get runners at second and third. And he's showing bunt. Keyshaw stands on deck. Bucks it in the hole. 1-0 pitch. Pops back the four-seam fastball. Out of play. 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Riley and Olsen are in as the 1-1 is dropped down for a bunt. Kerr's got it, flips it to first. High throw, wide throw. E on the pitcher. E1, and the bases are loaded and nobody out. Terrible throw by Kerr. And you got about the worst person on the field to be over there trying to stretch it out and touch the bag. Ozzie, who we all know is short as can be. That ball was sailed. Did a pretty good job to keep the ball from going to the outfield, but he couldn't find the bag in time. And the bases are loaded. There's nobody out. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Roden's coming out for a pinch runner. And Kerr, who's given up one hit, but he's got the bases juice, and the defense has to come in because you're in the 8th. and you're trying to keep this a ball game. So here we go. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. First pitch on the way. Curve ball. He said he foul tipped it. It's 0-1. Keyshaw looks confused. He doesn't think he touched it. It's an 0-1 count. It's a conversation between him and home plate umpire Bruce Streckman. I think at first Keyshaw thought that he was calling a strike. He was saying that he made contact with the ball, and Keyshaw just conceded defeat. The 0-1 pitch. Outside the zone, 1-1. 1-1 count, bases juiced. Infield drawn all the way in, trailing by 2. The 1-1 pitch, swing, fouls it back. You obviously could use a strikeout here, but you're also you're looking for anything. To keep the runners off the base keep the runners off the plate. The 1-2. Swing, pops it up. Can of corn will stay in play. Olsen gives chase in foul territory. He'll make the catch, and there's one away. So good job there on that at bat by Ray Kerr. And that'll bring to the plate Byron Buxton. So we're far from out of the weeds here. Buxton coming in. 25 home runs, and he's missed some of the season on the IL, so he could have a much higher number. 851 OPS, that's all you need to know. Lefty-righty matchup, first pitch swinging, curveball, it's 0-1. He was hit by a pitch earlier. You do that here, and it's going to be a run. The 0-1 from Kerr. Kicks and fires. Off the plate wide. 1-1. First appearance of the 2026 season for Kerr, the 1-1 pitch. Curveball down and in, 2-1. Came to the Braves via San Diego in a trade back in 2024. He had a couple of rough outings, but that was 2024. If you remember the injuries, pitching staff, they were trying to force him into the starting role. The 2-1 pitch, swing, pops it up, and that'll be a can of corn, and Olsen should have this one, and there's 2 down. So now the infield can play back. They did sneak Jarvis back cheating towards second on that last at bat, hoping for a double play to end the inning. Everybody else was drawn in. Now they're all back and to the left. The right-handed bat of Jeffers. And Olsen will be about a third of the way in between first and second. So a huge lead over there at first. Lefty-righty, first pitch swinging, smacks it on the ground. Ozzy's got it. Ozzy flips it to Olsen. And that is how you get out of a bases-loaded jam. We'll be back in a flash. It might have been this thing that y'all kept playing. We'll go to the top of the ninth here in Braves country. Bloop and a blast. We tied.
We're a team. One person struggles, we all struggle. One player triumphs, we all triumph.
Well, since when are you the quitting kind?
I don't know, I just don't see the point anymore.
Want to talk about our opponent? In this lifetime, you don't have to prove nothing to nobody except yourself.
They're bigger, faster, stronger, and on paper, they're just better, and they know it too. But I want to tell you something that they don't know. They don't know your heart. I do. I've seen it. You have shown it to me. You have shown yourselves just exactly who you are. When you take that field, you've got to lay that heart on the line. From the soles of your feet, with every ounce of blood you've got, lay it on the line, and if you do that, you cannot lose. We cannot be defeated. How you play today, from this moment on, is how you will be remembered.
Hey! What's this lying around? Well, what are we supposed to do, you moron? What? Over? Did you say over? Where's the spirit? Where's the guts? Huh? Oh, we're afraid to go with you. We might get in trouble. Well, just kick my ass from now on! Not me! me! I'm not gonna take this!
This is your opportunity to rise from these ashes and grab glory.
Nothing is over until we decide it is! Was it over when the Germans bombed Pearl Harbor? Hell no! And it ain't over now! Because when the going gets tough, the tough get going! Who's with me?
Could fight him with conventional weapons. That could take years. I think we have to go all out.
Want to talk about our opponent?
He's a dead man!
This situation absolutely requires
Our opponent.
Dead!
a really futile and stupid gesture be done on somebody's part.
Our opponent.
Dead!
We're just the guys to do it.
Let's go! Go!
Don't give up. Don't ever give up.
Excuse me. Gotta take my first step toward the Hall of Fame.
And this crowd's back into it now.
Personally, I think we got hosed on that call.
Okay, we are back. Andres Gomez, who we have not seen before, the right-hander, has a 3.38 ERA. And your Atlanta Braves will bring the Yaz to the plate. Righty-lefty matchup, and here we go. First pitch on the way. Up top, misses high. It's 1-0. Braves trail by 2. 4-2 your score, 4 runs. 10 hits, no errors for Minnesota. 2 runs, 7 hits, and an error for Atlanta. The 1-0 pitch. Right there for a strike. It's 1-1. 1-1 count. Turns and kicks. Just misses. 2-0. They probably should have challenged that one. That one looked like it hit the zone. Strange that they're not challenging it. The 2-1. Misses high. 3-1. So a 3-1 count. I don't know what the 51 is. 3-1 count. It's like what's the name of that show? Price is Right, and everybody bids, and then the one person comes in at the end and just puts it $1 ahead of everybody. The 3-1. Down and in. Ball 4. So the Yaz works his way aboard. So far, so good as we start the inning.
Yes, put everything on it. Don't hold back anything.
Good luck brought in by Sleepy. And Austin Riley. Man, this guy needs like a 2-run shot. I know he's been hitting better of late, but he hasn't had that big dramatic. Infield back into the left. Righty-righty matchup. First pitch sinker misses. It's 1-0. Gomez, 26 years old, out of Venezuela. 1-0 pitch. Swing chopper towards first, and that's going to be an easy out. G3 as they tag Riley on the pant leg as Yaz makes it down to second. 1 away. Smart play by Lewis there. Royce Lewis looked like that ball may have gone foul, so he was getting it before it went foul. That'll bring Dominic Smith to the plate. Gomez, 6'3", 212-pounder. He's out of Venezuela as they get a quick mound visit. And he started with the Yankees in 23. He's with the Yankees, Dodgers, and White Sox in 25. This year he's been with Tampa and Minnesota. And with Tampa at a 6.23 ERA, but since he's been with Minnesota, 36 innings pitched, 41 games, and he has an ERA of 2.00 coming in to tonight for the Twins. Dominic Smith, the batter, righty-lefty. Braves trail by 2. The pitch on the way is a four-seam fastball, 97 at the knees. It's 0-1. Dominic is in to bat for Jarvis. Standing on deck is Drake Baldwin. Acuna in the hole. Olsen, if they kept the line moving. So this is where you want the Braves batting order to be when you're trailing by 2. The 0-1. Is he going to challenge? He is going to challenge that one. He's going to win that one, I believe. Close one, but it did look like it hit the zone. He hasn't challenged one yet. It's been strange all night long. He got it. I just wonder if Jeffers has had bad luck with that all year. It's almost like he's been gun shy because a couple of times he's moved towards his helmet and then he just lets it go. Bruce Dreckman is your home plate umpire. Tomorrow, it's going to be Wegner, so it doesn't get much better. The 0-2 swing, fouls it back. What's funny is we get upset with the guys not challenging, and for good reason. There's times where they should challenge, but you kind of lose sight of the fact that it's the umpire that's blowing the call to begin with. So that's what we should really be mad at. The 0-2 count. Down and away, 1-2. 2 runs, 7 hits, no errors for Atlanta. 4 runs, 10 hits, no errors for Minnesota. Just keep that line moving, keep the pressure on Gomez. Baldwin is standing on deck. One swing could tie this baby. The 1-2 pitch. Misses way outside the zone, 2-2. Same 2 teams back at it tomorrow night, 7:15 first. 7:15 we come on the air. I'm used to 7:15 being first pitch. 7:40 first pitch, assuming no weather. The 2-2, swing, lifts it into left field, lazy fly ball, and making the jogging catch out there in left field is Cody Clemens, and there's 2 down. Braves down to the last out. That ball kept sailing away from it. It almost looked like for a second that he had misplayed it, but he caught up to it at the last second. So Drake Baldwin will come to the plate trying to send this to extra innings or better. Braves down to their last out. The infield back into the right. Righty-lefty matchup. Drake Baldwin digging in. The first pitch on the way. Gomez looks back, kicks and fires. Four-seam fastball, first strike, it's 0-1. Yastrzemski went ahead and took third. It'll be defensive indifference. But there's just a few more ways he can score from third as opposed to just a base hit. The 0-1. It almost looked like swing and a miss. 0-2 breaks down the last strike. I don't think Gomez knew that Yaz had taken third. He looked over his shoulder again like he was looking for Yaz. All 17, 18 fans here in the stadium are on their feet. Maybe 19. The 0-2 pitch. Swing, fouls it away. I mean, this is Deadsville. I'm sure some of it has to do with kids going back to school, but for a team that is a game out of the postseason, this is a bad turnout for them. And realize they're an hour behind Eastern time. It's only 10 o'clock there, the 0-2. Swing, pops it up. Down the left field line, giving chase. It'll just get into the seats about 3 or 4 rows back. Lee will fetch his hat and put it back on, and it's 0-2 once again. If Drake can get on base, Acuna's on deck. If Acuna can reach Olsen, he's in the hole. The 0-2. Kicks and fires. Check swing, peppers it off the plate. Right next to the plate off the box, and then we'll do it again. Meanwhile, Gomez, this will be his 19th pitch of the inning. The infield still back way to the right. Huge hole down the left field line. The 0-2 pitch. Brings it. Swing lifted. High and deep into left field. Going back on the track at the warning track at the wall. Making the catch for a loud out number 3 is Cody Clemens. And the Twins win 4-2. But we definitely put a little nervousness in them. And they end their skid, and we return to ours. The Braves lose 4-2.
Loser!
Here's some things we can focus on. 1, we tried hard. And 2, we're still dear friends.
This sucks. It's horse. But I'm too polite to say anything. I'm a class act.
Don't worry about it. Next time I'll kick your
There isn't anything to do. We're done. We're licked. What will they do to us? Right now, we're caught as we're wanted. If it's amusement you're after, I guess the game's up.
Man, it's all over with.
Oh, what a loser!
So goodbye, everybody, and remember, please, for the next day or so, the terrible lesson you learned tonight.
Oh, no! We suck again!
Oh, take it easy, honey. These things happen, you
Now,
know.
what kind of an attitude is that? These things happen. They only happen because the whole country is just full of people who, when these things happen, they just say these things happen, and that's why they happen.
Are they yelling in Atlanta?
Are they yelling in Atlanta?
But first, you've got to get mad. You've got to say, I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not going to take this anymore.
Son of a We struck the mother load!
Stick your head out of the window, open it, and stick your head out and keep yelling and yell, I'm as mad as hell. I'm not going to take this anymore.
I'm mad as hell! I'm not gonna take this anymore! I'm mad as hell! I'm not gonna take it anymore! I'm mad as hell! I'm not gonna take it anymore!
4 runs, 10 hits, no errors for Minnesota. 2 runs, 7 hits, 1 error for your Atlanta Braves. And the Atlanta Braves, their magic number will stop at 31 for tonight. As Philly won, we lost. 6.5 now is the lead. We've dropped 3 since the weekend in the race for the NL East. We'll get back to it tomorrow with Tyler Mahle on the mound. Tyler Mahle. And he'll be going head-to-head with Zebby Matthews. 7:40 first pitch. 2 runs, 7 hits, 1 error. Atlanta, 4 runs, 10 hits, no error for Minnesota. Adams gets the win. Perez gets the loss. Gomez gets the save. Martin Perez goes to 8-7. Adams 3-0, and Gomez his 18th save of the year. MVPs. We got a couple honorable mentions with Sleepy, Rich 22, and Uncle Charlie. The MVP is Iron Lung. Not only did Rich gave in 23.5. Charlie dropped a 10 spot. Sleepy with the 351. Is that an area code? Iron Lung drops in 25. He also sent me, if y'all missed it earlier, because we were chatting before the game, he sent me a pretty cool Atlanta Braves championship replica rings for all the World Series championships in a cool box to carry them in. Because I had some, but I never had anything to carry them. I'm telling you, I knocked them all over the floor all of the time. So I'm as excited about those rings as I am that cool box that he sent. Y'all have a great night. Thanks once again for everybody. Rich, Charlie, Sleepy, and Iron Lung, and all of the Country Club members. And everybody who tuned in tonight, make sure to smash that like and share. Helps us grow the... Smash the subscribe is what I meant to really say, and share with the hypes. It helps us grow the channel. We'll see you tomorrow night, y'all. We'll have a much better go at it tomorrow night. Tyler Mahle on the hill. Mahle versus Matthews. We'll see you then. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with 1 inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first, and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted, and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second, and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer cooled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With the smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult, he bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, "Strike two!" "Fraud!" cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered, "Fraud!" But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain. And they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball. And now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner.
Goodbye, sweetheart, well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart, goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
It's closing time, y'all. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. Have a great one. On your way out, please like and subscribe. And don't forget to tip your favorite bartender. We'll see you. I'm Mac McGee, signing off for Braves Country Radio.